Good morning to you all. Can you hear me okay? Perfect. Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Day 2.
And the stacks will be in the appropriate places.
Payout rules on the bubble. 2 players, same tables.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you've all picked up a packet on your way in. It's a different packet from yesterday. Please make sure you have today's packet. Okay. And we need a volunteer, please, who wouldn't mind running the microphone, being our Phil Donahue. It won't be as much today. Kevin, thank you. You know, I was going to nominate you anyway, so. But you get brownie points for volunteering.
They are, aren't they?
Yep. So you take that side. And TJ's got this side. That's DJ right there. You got 2 hot guys. Trash can anywhere near here. Probably.
It may take 2 hours to read. I try to make it as much as possible.
Great. Thank you. There we go. Bingo. Yes. Absolutely.
I was ready to stick it in my mouth.
What about the shorts and the tie? Matt would look so good in that. Yes, we did. 2. Yeah. Okay. You want to start? Okay. Where do they go to? What do they? All right. Hang on. Okay. I don't know how to get on. My schedule is probably live. Here, will you put it into it? Take it out. Everyone. Live. Oh, Matt's trying to get us to retweet something. Me, who isn't even know how to how to do an email. Yeah, just slip it. That's what I say. Okay. Okay. Start us out. Let's get going. Right after. We need to know who won last night.
All right, who won last night? Anybody know who won? Can't see anything up here.
Speak up. You know, from Canterbury Park. I mean, from Florida. You're embarrassed to win.
Jan. I beat Jan. She told me to put her chips to good use. I did my best. And got lucky.
What? English only.
I beat Jan. Got lucky. She told me to put her chips to good
You
use.
beat Jan?
Yes.
Wait. You had ace king, I had ace four.
Yes.
That wasn't getting lucky. You had me crushed at all moments.
For me, that's lucky.
Oh, okay. But you did. You put my chips to good
Well
use.
done. Well done.
We'll chop it up later?
All right. Well done.
Sweet.
So,
Round of applause, congratulations. There you go.
And I understand first prize was $2,600. Nice.
Where's our cut?
Nice. Yeah. You two colluded, didn't you? I mean,
Yeah, right.
she gave you all her chips with an
There was
8-4.
chip stuffing. There should have been a penalty involved.
Okay, so where we left off yesterday, we got through all the new rules, but what we want to do today at the start, now let me give you a little rundown of what we're going to do today. We're going to actually recap the new rules, make sure that everybody's clear on them, make sure that everybody, and ask if anybody had any new rules to bring up. Just if you have a new rule that you think may need to be a TDA rule, let us know, and hopefully we get through that quickly. Then we'll go on to having a roundtable session with certain situations that have come up, and then we'll come back in and discuss those situations, and then we'll have kind of another little short roundtable session with maybe new ideas that you may have to make your tournaments and your run smoother, and come up with some new ideas. We've, like Linda has said before, every year we've had a new idea that kind of had a light bulb go off of our heads, and it's been really good. So I do have a couple of those as well that we can go over later. So with that, we'll kind of recap what we came up with. Okay, so one of the rules that we talked about was the official terminology and adding regional terms. Did anybody ever come up with anything else that you thought may need to be added?
Flip it.
Besides slip it? No? That's good. We went over players entitled to get a count. And we have here down here that under A, players should keep chips in a reasonable, I can't even read this, reasonable countable condition. Multiples of 20 is recommended stack size, and TD should control the stacks by coloring up at their discretion. Okay, we're okay with that? Misdeal conditions will be added to Rule 27. And that is a substantial action standard will be adapted 3 checks or 2 actions with chips. Okay, no hands up, that's good. Players in wrong seat. Players, this will be added to rule number 4. Players will be moved to correct seat and take chips with them. Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm a little slow this morning. Backing up to the misdeal thing, 3 checks or 2 actions with chips. What about a fold? Would that be considered an action with chip or a check?
That's not an action with chips. So
is that
an action with chips would be bet call.
Okay, but I mean, let's
3
say
of any
under
action. We'll make it say 3 of any action.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. We'll clarify it when
Yeah, we'll come up with better wording. This is just off our notes, so just want to make sure that the basic of that is correct. Payout rules on the bubble will be adapted. I think we came up with this one, and I did get like 6 comments last night on Twitter. People are asking why you would pay anything but the same amount, even when you had multiple tables. If you had multiple tables, why you wouldn't split that up. And again, that's the way that I've always done it. So I just want to make sure that we are all in agreement that with multiple tables and players busting on one particular table, that we were going to go to the chip count on that table, even though we had multiple tables out there. Are we all in agreement with that? If anybody doesn't agree with that, raise your hand, besides me. But you can live with it. And that's the majority wants to do that. Does the majority want to do that? Okay.
So if there's two players on this table and one player
Okay,
at
use
this
the mic.
table?
It's right there.
Use the mic.
The mic's right there. Thank you.
So if there's two players at one table and one player at the other table, three players bust out at the same time?
Split every time.
Oh, okay, so only we go chip count if it's only one table.
Only
two
one
players.
table with multiple tables in play.
Okay.
Okay? So that is the rule we're
Is that the
going
way
to
you're
adopt.
doing it at Mandalay Bay right now? Okay. That's how you do it?
So different tables always split. If there's 5 players on one table that bust out and 1 on another table, it's split evenly no matter what. 6 players splitting one place if it was one place. Right. It would be chopped up 5 ways.
Susan, how do you do it at Monte Carlo? How does the bike do it? Mo.
If it is one table and 1 or 2 or 3 players knocked out, we go with chip count.
Chip
one table.
Right.
If it is multi-table, we go chop it between 2 or 3 people they come out. But we have a little bit different here. Because we have the rule for one table, if 2 players from one table, and 1 player from another table knocked out, the first table, we go with chip count, because we have that rule already. We go with chip count, 1 player, the chip leader of that table, chops with the other table.
No more.
I know.
Yeah.
We had it like this.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, now if there's
So that's
multiple bust outs on multiple tables, it's chopped evenly. Only if it's one table will it be split by chip count. Is everybody clear with that? And it will be worded correctly. I know I haven't worded it correctly, but it will be worded correctly.
Amanda, why are you shaking your head?
If there's more than one table and everybody busts on that single table, it's chip count. But if somebody happens to bust on another table at the same time, now everybody is splitting?
Yes.
Yes.
So if 2 players at table 1 bust at the same time as 1 player on table 2, all 3 players are chopping. If 3 players bust on table 1 at the same time and nobody busts at any other table, those 3 players are going by chip count.
Currently, I don't do it that
'Cause
I agree, by the way. I
It
agree
does seem
that
to be a double standard. Why wouldn't you use chip count in another situation?
One at
Take
a time.
chip count.
One at a time.
If you use chip count on table 1, 2 players, only taking table 1, 1 player from table 1 to chop with the player from the other table. Why wouldn't you use chip count in that situation? It seems to be double standard.
Yeah, here's my issue with that. That's one of them, and the other one is now 1 player's all in on one table, the 3 players are all in on this table, and now you're waiting to see what happens. And now I could be in the money if this player busts, and now I'm not going to be in the money if he doubles up.
I agree.
I do believe we need a rule on this, yes.
I think if you're going to use chip count in the one situation, you should use it in the other. So if there's 3 players, 2 on the same table, the person.
And again,
who chips-
I'm not a fan of that at all, because again, 2 players could have 1,000,000 in chips, 1 player could have 1,000. Now he's going to get paid the same, and this other guy's not going to get anything. I just don't think that's right either. So
Yeah, because the second player at the one table could have more chips than the guy that busted on the other table.
it's pretty clear and easy, by the way. And remember, we're talking to the people in this room that are confused by it, that everybody's going to have an issue with it, around the world if they're going to adopt this, that with multiple tables, you split it evenly.
I think it should be the same rule across the board.
Hi, Matt. So I have two pieces of input. One, yesterday, somebody made a good point online about at the end, they all have $0, right?
Correct.
So they have nothing left in the tournament. The other thing I'd suggest is that as we go through rules like this, is that we write narratives to clarify the rules. So situational statements basically saying this is, like this. This is kind of, everybody's kind of all over the board. Imagine here in this room, but for our staffs and for people who are enforcing our rules.
Right. I mean, I guarantee you, if we send everybody out tomorrow to do this, somebody would get it wrong because it's very confusing. And the original goal of the TDA was not to have a book. It was to have a one sheet or to have a board where we could put it up in your rooms, and that's still an idea we want to talk about, is having a board with TDA rules. If you start going into a lot of narratives and different explanations, you can't really do that. It doesn't work as well. So we kind of wanted to keep it really clean. Again. Right, but again, we're talking about card rooms across the country and world, so again, I did hear the point yesterday of keeping it simple as being an option. You're right now at the World Series, you're splitting it, right?
Yes. But the truth is, you're talking about if a rule doesn't simplify, clarify, or standardize, then we pretty much need to move along because we're not really considering an improvement to poker. Is my point made well there, or?
That's what I don't think this has to be a rule. I think each house, as long as they have their rule and they know what it is.
I 100% disagree with that. I 100% disagree with you.
We're not getting
because payouts are being done a bunch of different ways. It's not fair to the players because they don't know what to expect.
Well, I think they do, because if I go somewhere, I'm going to find out what's your rule.
Yeah, once you bust. Did I get paid or not get paid? I understand. I'm just saying there's confusion out there, and I think this is something we could get standardized, and I think it would actually help
Matt,
us.
If you make the point that the players have both 0 chips when they both get knocked out, wouldn't that apply to the final table also? If you're only down to one single final table, 2 players bust, well, they both have 0 chips. If that argument just doesn't seem to go both ways. I am on the side that if 2 players bust at one single table, no players bust at the other tables, that they should go by chip count. I agree with that because of the person that's a shorter stack, when he's sticking his money in, he knows that it's a possibility he could bubble, just the same as if it's down to one single table. I don't think that we should go chip counts on this person on table 1, this person on table 2, because it's very complicated and just too much. I think they should split the money in that case.
How about the way that?
So I'm with the majority of the room, I guess.
Yeah.
But when you use the argument that, well, they both have 0 chips when they enter the money, well, you could make that same argument at the final table. Well, when they both busted, they both had 0 chips. So therefore, they should split the prize money between 5th and 6th at the final table.
Here's the other argument I came up
with
with last night. It could severely affect action of the tournament. Now, I know this guy's all in over there, and if I know that I can chop, if I know that I'm going to get a piece of this or whatever, then, I might not change my decision.
Well, I think you could make the same exact argument.
The other way, I understand.
The other way, the same exact argument the other way. When you realize that, say you're on table 1, and you see that a player has busted on table 2, and you're hand for hand, and you're a short stack on table 1, and a player who's medium stacked has moved all in, the large stack is called, and you're the short stack. Now, if that player has already busted on that table, you are free rolling to triple up, because you know that if you get knocked out, you're still splitting the prize money.
Right, or you could still fold your hand and get the higher prize. You're guaranteed to get the higher prize if you fold.
Yeah, well, but you're free rolling to triple up because you know you're going to be in the money. I just think that the argument saying that it could affect action, either one of these if you know the way the payouts are structured and the way that it's done, can affect action. So I don't think that argument necessarily holds up one way or the other. I think they're both equally to each other. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Matt, if the rules are consistent, then we've achieved simplicity, and to apply those rules for our people out there in the rooms is going to be much easier. So the simplicity is to just, if you've got 2 on one table and 1 on another, the 0 rule applies, and it splits evenly, no matter what.
Is anybody that can't live with that? I mean, is anybody who can't live with that?
If we're consistent on it, everybody will know what to expect going in. Hey, if I go out the same time as 2 other people, we're going to split it 3 ways. It's simple.
It's the way I want it, so I'm not arguing here. So if it's multiple tables and multiple players go out on the same hand, it's chopped up.
Chopped up. And they know that going in, and they're going to expect it.
Even if they're on the same table.
And if they alter their play due to it, well, that's part of the game too. Okay, hey, I.
No. Now we're talking about saying if there's multiple tables, chop it up.
Well, I think that you could take it one step further in the simplicity of it, and if you use the 0 rule, then even if it's 2 people on the same table, they both get knocked out at the same time, they split 83rd place or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Final table's different.
Final table's different. Because there's multiple tables left in the tournament. Exactly. Again, you have hand for hands whether you're paying 70 places.
I think the key here is
so now if there's 3 different tables with players all in, and one table has 3 players all in, if those other 2 tables they double up and then these guys bust out, now it's by chip count. But if one of those other tables didn't double up, now you're splitting it.
I think the key here is defining it at 0 at the split. Everybody's got 0.
Matt.
That's
Matt.
That's the final table.
We're establishing consistent rules here.
I think, Matt, I think what we're talking about is just basically in the case of the bubble. And if we highlight that in the case of the bubble, where more than 2 players are eliminated, the prize money for the bubble, the last position, will be distributed evenly amongst those. At the stage where there are determined prizes, okay, it will be on a chip count. It's very simple. We're talking about per player getting knocked out outside of the money. But where there's 2 players or more knocked out at the same time, then they're entitled to a share of that particular prize. But when it comes to that, where there are clear and definite prizes, whether it be 3 tables or 1 table, it will revert to a chip count. And the chip count will determine the prize fund or the prize that player receives.
And that makes it more detailed. Simplicity is bliss here. We need to have our people be able to enforce these rules and to define them. If we make it one statement instead of 10, the players are going to understand it, and we don't have to, go round and round and round trying to explain to somebody that just won't understand.
What's our single statement?
Multiple tables will be split evenly. Final table will be divided by chip count. No, it's not single table.
I would even take it to the single table, too. I mean, that's simple. If 2 guys go out in the same hand, they split it. They split 7th and 8th.
But
no, the players won't. Yeah, I don't think the players will go for that.
But multiple tables by
I
even,
can
you're
certainly
saying.
live with that. Multiple
what if it's
tables
two-
chop evenly. That's simple, guys. It seems simple to me.
Why is everybody making
Amanda.
What is the argument that because it's on the one table, you should go by chip count
Because
when
we're
you
used
have
to it.
multiple tables? I just don't understand the argument on why. I mean, I agree with what he's saying. I don't agree if you're already, everybody should split the bubble if you get knocked out, whether you're on 3 tables, 2.
Then you're not agreeing with what he's saying.
Exactly. If it's 2 tables and people get knocked out from both tables at the same time, then it's an even split. If it's 2 people at one table, just like we've been saying, then it goes by chip. One of the reasons for multiple tables even split is to speed things up. I don't need that.
Yes, you do. Use it, please. Thank you.
Thank you. It speeds things up. You don't have you getting up looking at this table to say, oh, I might not go in because somebody bust out at that table and I'll go into money more.
From a player's point of view, if you have 50,000 in chips and you go all in, and before you went all in, somebody went all in with 5,000 in chips, and somebody with 10,000 has both of you covered in calls, you're going to tell me you don't think you deserve more money because you had 50,000 in chips than the guy with 5,000 in chips? That's why we do chip count, right?
On the bubble.
Well, it's easy to do chip counts on the same table because you have relative, you're not actually counting the chips, you have relative chip stack sizes. But if you're on that table over there busting out and I'm on this table busting out, who really knows how much we had at the start of that hand? And that's why we would chop evenly.
Matt, as much as I'd like to have a rule on this, I think we're going to have to discuss this for another hour, and we really don't have time. That's why I'm saying I don't think we can make a rule at this right now, as much as I'd like to have one. But there's a lot of disagreement.
I think ideally,
I don't think we can have one, or else it's going to take us all day, and we have too much else to talk about.
ideally, and I'm not really trying to use the internet poker sites as what is the best way, but if you were playing, well, actually I don't know that, so I'm going to just scratch that. But ideally, I think you would go by chip counts in any way possible, no matter whether you're paying, whether you have 10 tables running and you're paying 91 spots or something like that, or whether you're paying a couple tables. But it's logistically impossible, really, to do chip counts for 9 tables, and that's why we split it. And that's the only reason why we split it, is because logistically it's really impossible to do chip counts for 9 tables.
Exactly right.
But if you have the people that only bust on one single table, and nobody busts on the other multiple tables, it's not logistically impossible to do chip counts. It's very easy. And I think that's why a lot of the players, a lot of the tournament directors in this room would like to see it done by chip counts. If it's on one single table, if the players bust on one single table. The only reason that we even split them to begin with, to split the prize money, is because it's logistically impossible when you're playing on 9 tables for the money bowl.
Right.
Is that correct?
Okay, but if we actually did multiple tables paid evenly. As a tournament director, you can't always be at your tournament. The phone rings, something happens. Logistically, you're right, chip counts are important, but how much easier as a tournament director would it be if you actually, 2 people come up to your podium to get paid, you were doing something, it's one simple ruling. Oh, mister, give me a break. Please. I understand both concepts, but if you have one fair ruling, one ruling with multiple tables, it's not any more fair. If I have 1 chip and she has 70,000 chips, that just because she was at a different table, she still has to split with me. It's not any more fair. It's 6 of one and half a dozen of another. So why not make a ruling that's simpler for us as tournament directors to then, if in situations where, heaven forbid, you had to go to the bathroom, Tim, God forbid, something happened where somebody, please.
So what would your ruling be?
It would be multiple tables, no matter at the same table or not, would pay evenly. When you are down to a final table or single table, whatever the wording you want to use, we go by chip count. When you're dealing with multiple tables, it is so much easier as a tournament director you're going to have a lot less confusion, or you'll have a lot less problems in the long run when you're dealing with multi-table tournaments. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie.
You're welcome, Dan.
Can't believe you used a microphone.
Mo, this would all be over if we just had no bubble, right? Just had no bubble. Make it all easier.
Or if we were seven-handed.
All right. So let's take a vote. Let's take a vote.
And move on.
All right.
Put it out there. Put it out there.
There's two choices. Multiple tables will be split by chip count if only the action affects one table. Okay. Now, wait a minute. I think we... Huh? All right. No, so there's two options. Okay. If there's multiple tables where players are all in and you're paying one spot, and on one table only, 3 players are all in. Only one table of the multiple tables. And 2 players bust on that table. It'll go by chip count. Who's in favor of that?
Yeah.
Sam, you're not in favor of that. Put your hand up. Multiple tables. Multiple tables. Multiple tables, doesn't matter who's in, it's split evenly.
Okay, it's half and half. Now, we could have saved 20 minutes, Matt.
Yeah, let's vote.
I told you 20 minutes ago we're not going to be able to vote on this.
We're doing it that way at the Commerce, Sam, so don't even try and change that.
But we can't, this is one of those that we're not going to be able to reach agreement.
Okay, so that is not a rule.
I want it, but we can't.
Move along.
Sorry, I want it, but we can't.
Suggest you play at the Orleans.
Excuse me.
If you want to get paid fairly.
My name is Tak Serita from the Japan Poker Association. We don't play for the gamble. We play for the competition. Its place is a very important thing. So I don't want to choose between the two. I would have another one. The multiple table, hand-for-hand situation. The 2-person bus, then we spread the place. But in the table, chip count affects the places. So the one tables have to be a one person, have to be a spread. So in the table, we have to say that which one is a higher place than other one. So, like 3-person bust, one tables have a 2-person bust, then we will have the higher place person. We spread between the higher place.
Okay.
That's the way that we do.
Okay.
And,
Konnichiwa.
Thanks. So there is another option. So don't choose between the two.
Doesn't just have to be 2. Okay. So I think as long as you do what you do and make it sure that the players know what you do and it's consistent and you always do that, then every house will, this is one of those we'd love to have a rule, but it's just too divided, so we can't. Okay.
Okay, move along.
Okay, he actually did. So we had on here. Accepted action is still pending. Mike, what was that? Or it says accepted action was still pending. I don't even know what that is.
We're still working on it. The mic's coming.
For the situation where you have an all-in bettor going all in for, say, a stated amount of 80, and you have a caller, and then it's discovered that the real amount is 100, I don't think we finalized whether or not we're going to adopt the WSOP accepted action language, or whether or not we're going to go to a verification of action standard where the caller would have some protection if they took reasonable steps to verify. And as a yet a third possibility, you could adopt the World Series of Poker accepted action standard, but then add, in extreme cases, Rule 1 may be applicable at TD's discretion. So I think you have at least three options, and we didn't finalize which one we're doing yesterday.
Doug, what do you do at Bellagio if someone says they move their chips in and they say, I'm all in for 80,000, and they actually have 100,000? What do you do at Bellagio? And somebody says, I'll call the 80,000. They say the wrong. They
announce all in.
No, they push all their chips in, and they say, all in for 80,000. And the opponent says, I call 80,000. And they actually have 100 or 120 or...
Well, we always lean towards the verbal announcement.
So you go with the amount of the bet.
Yeah.
Okay. And
we're assuming that they don't really know what they put in, but they did say what their intention was.
Okay, so if they had 120 and the guy says, I'll call 80, and then they run the flop out, then he's not all in, really? He keeps 40?
If he says all in, that pretty much defines it.
Okay, so he can. Are you saying he can only win 80, but he can lose 120? If he's set all in and the other guy's only agreed to call...
The chip count is actually inconsequential to that when he announces, I'm all in.
No.
Okay, but the key word here is I'm all in. Yeah, then they break it down and find out how much he's got in front of him, as well as, the other person kind of accepts it before they make a call.
Okay, so if the guy says, I'm all in for 80,000, and his opponent says, I call 80,000, and they run it out, okay, and it turns out that, at the end of the hand, that he has 120, does the other guy have to pay him 80 or 120?
I think it needs to be clarified before the dealer deals the card. It's too. It's these situations. It can be as simple as he's got 5,000 more. If the guy says he's all in with 80,000, and I've got 80,000, count it down, and to verify that is the count.
Yeah.
And then once everybody's agreed, now you just.
Yeah, in theory, that's absolutely right and should be what happened. But we see over and over.
And then in these days now, we all use most of us use like the all-in buttons. So that right there, when the dealer throws out the all-in button, that kind of defines what everybody's intentions are in the bet. So if you throw an all-in button in front of somebody. That's their opportunity right there to say, wait a minute, no, 80,000. I'm not all in, it's 80,000.
He says all in, and his opponent says, how much is it? And the guy looks down and he counts his stack and he says, it's 80,000. And so the guy says, okay, I call. And it turns out he's got two $25,000 chips in there that he didn't that were mixed in, and he actually has 130,000. That's what I'm asking. What's going to happen now? He's asked the guy how much he has, and he says 80, but he has 130.
You know, I think I'd have to be there to answer the question.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Okay.
Linda, can I, yesterday when we discussed this, it was a little different. There was a $100 bet. The chips were pushed in, and the statement was made 80. There was no declaration of all in. And that's another issue. I mean, if a player pushes all of their chips forward and states a different amount, okay, so they said, I'm betting $80, and they pushed their whole stack in. Now, I think it's up to the dealer to announce that this player's all in. There has to be a time when the chip count is taken. Why not take it, like he said, before to confirm it? If the dealer confirms the amount along with the bettor.
I think that the rule has to show representation to protect the other player who's doing the calling. If a player is on the other side of the table and says how much is he all in for, and the declaration is 80,000, then the player making the call should only be obligated, because he's calling with the information that it's 80,000. He should be protected from that player either hiding chips or miscounting his chips, or from a dealer or tournament director error, and should be obligated for that amount.
I agree 100%, but if the player pushed all of their chips forward, they are in fact all in. And if the opposing player has them covered, they should lose that money. How could they play again if they push all of their chips forward? How can they play another hand if they lose?
Okay. Let me read the rule from the Venetian and see if you guys like this. I don't know. It's called misrepresentation of a player's stake. A player will be liable for misrepresenting the amount of his stake. If a player requests the amount of another player's stake, the dealer should revert back to the other player to have them state the amount. If the player states the amount incorrectly, the opposing player will not be responsible for calling the entire amount. Example, player A bets $100 and has $400 behind. Player B asks how much they have behind, and the response from player A is $300. Player B announces all in, and player A calls and wins. Player B will not be forced to pay the extra $100. Furthermore, if player B wins, he will win the entire amount. I don't know if you like that or not. So what we're saying here is, so we're putting the onus on the person making the bet. We're putting it on him. Now, yesterday we were talking about putting it on the player to be responsible for knowing the amount. Today we're saying put it on the person making the bet to know how much it is. So we have to decide which way we want to go on it.
I don't think it should be a one-way or the other type. I'm strongly opinionated in the fact that if the declaration is 80,000 and it's a misrepresentation, no matter what the reasoning, then that's all that should be eligible. The other player shouldn't profit from the mistake if he wins and benefit from the mistake if he loses. I think it should be a flat, and to protect the other player from either side of the coin, because maybe the other player hears the 80,000, sees that there's more, and it's his opportunity to take a shot. I could see that really easily going both ways.
Okay, then let me ask you, in that scenario, if somebody has said all in for 80,000 and he actually has 100,000, you're saying he's still in the tournament, even though he loses the hand and the other guy would have him covered? He gets to keep 20? That's what you're saying, correct?
No.
And is that how you think it should be?
What I'm saying is, well, I guess in that aspect, yes. The other 20,000 would be out of play, and the other player that made the call based on the information of the 80,000 is only having to commit 80,000. He doesn't get a choice to put more or less in. He's in for 80,000.
So the guy doesn't go busted in the hand, even though he would have done both.
Correct, but it also protects that other player from both sides of the coin.
Linda? Linda, Linda, do you think that a statement of all in should override what a player says, the amount? If a player states all in, like you said, they're all in. I mean, if you say all in and you're incorrect on your amount, if you say I'm all in for $795 and you have 800, I mean, are you only liable for the 795? I think a declaration of all in is all in. We can count it later.
The declaration of all in is all in. I think what happens subsequent to that doesn't matter. The point I think that we're trying to make is if I say I'm all in and my opponent says, how much do you have? And I misrepresent my stack. I think that's what the issue is here. All in means all in. And if someone says I call, then they've called. The point is when you've misrepresented your stack after the declaration, when you've been queried by your opponent.
Not only that, but we're trying to take into account whether you did it on purpose or whether you did it accidentally. So that's how they've arrived at the current World Series rule, is it is all-encompassing, whether it was, if you state the amount, you're always going to have a circumstance where you can easily reconstruct and make a decision based on what the player said. The 80,000 example, I'm all in for 80,000, that's inaccurate. However, what the current rule here at the World Series is that we make you responsible for saying that when you said all in, we don't care what the amount is. The essence of the thing is, as you folks are trying to point out, once that statement's made, you're all in for the amount. The question is, who's responsible for the circumstances where, when I say call, am I now responsible for all of the bets?
I think the better, and this is the TDA rule number 30, it's the responsibility of the player to make their actions clear. I mean, this World Series of Poker rule that we're talking about, why does it have to be in the TDA rules? The responsibility lies with the bettor. That's how I see it. I mean, if I get misinformation, if a player bets in front of me and states an incorrect amount, that's the amount that I'm calling, especially if it's confirmed by the dealer. And this World Series of Poker rule negates that. It puts all the blame or all the responsibility on the player that's calling. And barring reaching over and touching his stack to make sure it's correct, I just don't agree with it. I won't say any more on it, but...
I agree, Nick.
Yeah, we're trying to find a solution.
I think there has to be some shared responsibility, and the problem is the World Series rule puts all the responsibility on the caller, and I don't think it should all be on the caller or all. I mean, I think the dealers are trained properly. You know, there's so much of this comes back to dealers. If your dealers are trained to verify bets, you know, so.
Dealers' mistakes can still happen. The instance that I ran across recently was a player moved his chips across the line, stated that he was all in. That's all that he did. He didn't necessarily misrepresent his stack, but the player that was faced with the bet asked for a chip count. The dealer gave the chip count, which happened to be incorrect, happened to be less than the amount that was actually bet. Therefore, the player that moved all in won the pot. How much does the person who made the call have to call? How much do they have to? I don't see, if you have them call the lesser amount that the dealer stated, then you're punishing the player that moved his chips all in and did nothing wrong.
But you didn't correct the dealer's mistake. And it's your obligation to protect your interests.
Okay. Tim, I thought that the way your rule was written in the Venetian rulebook, and that, well, I understand but what I'm asking is, I thought the way that it was written in your rulebook is that it actually puts the responsibility on the caller, not puts the responsibility on the bettor.
Okay, guys, there's a lot of talking going on. Here's the thing. I think once you say, in my opinion, once you say all in, I think your responsibility is over with. I don't think after that, if somebody says how much it is.
Matt, shouldn't that work both ways, what you've just said? If a player says all in, what we're saying is whatever the amount is, the all in is the most important thing that he said. All his chips are on that hand. By the same token, if we want to make both players responsible, the player that calls, even if there's an amount that's been announced, he should be aware of the fact that if there is a mistake, the other player has said all in and he's called all in. And in that situation, they're both responsible if, whatever the amount is, all in, I call. Whatever those chips are, I pay.
You're right. So that's what I think. So in your rule, though, if you say all in and then the player says how much is it and then you give a wrong count, now you're not responsible for all in? See, to me, when I say all in, as a player, I don't have to want to deal with counting out my chips at that point. I think then that's the dealer's responsibility or somebody else's responsibility. I understand. But why is it the player's responsibility to call? I said all in. I'm all in. I'm not going to count my chips. And if I count my chips incorrectly, which happens, now I'm going to get paid short? That's not fair. I said all in.
Okay, so Matt, you're saying then that it's the caller's responsibility to know
Yes.
how much it is. Okay, so I mean, that makes it, like if you're in the 1 seat and the other guy's in the 10 seat and you're looking around and you say, how much is it? And the dealer says it's this much, and he's off by, because he doesn't see a particular chip or there's a different colored chip mixed in, and now, he tells the guy it's 80,000, it's actually 125,000. You think, I mean, this is the problem here, and I don't know what the answer is, but I think making the guy call 120, I think he's done everything he can do to protect himself by saying to the dealer, how much is it? And the dealer does a count and tells him it's 125, I mean, it's 80, then I don't know how you can make him call 125 when he says, okay, I call the 80,000. If he says I call all in, whatever it is, that's fine, but
maybe adding something to the rule where dealers, putting in general rules of tournament poker, the dealers are there to assist in the facilitation of correct betting amounts, and it is ultimately up to the player to confirm bet amounts, and he is solely and ultimately responsible.
That's the World Series rule, right?
Pretty much it.
Well, but in a nutshell.
If I say all in, I don't want to tell you how many chips I have. It's up to somebody else to say. I'm all in. I'm not going to go out there and count out all my chips and do all these things and then say an amount and say I'm in a spot where I could get shorted.
Excuse me.
Matt. Okay. So now he says, so now here we go. So I'm saying I'm all in. And I'm all in for 185,000. And now I count it out and I say 18,000. The other player says, I call. So now he says, okay. But he only said 18,000, so that's all I'm calling. And that's fair? That's fair?
Excuse me, can I just have a quick word?
It's his fault for
I'm a little bit
dropping a
confused because I understand we do it slightly different in Europe or in England. When a player goes all in and any other player requests a chip count, we only let the dealer count the chips. We don't care what the player says, I've got 80k or I've got 100,000, because there is no rule that obliges a player to tell how many chips they've got, especially if they've got mountains. They're not responsible for counting all the chips. So I think you can apply the rule if a dealer's made a mistake, which is going to happen far less often than a player making a mistake.
Exactly. That's totally incorrect. It's not. There's dealers make mistakes all the time, And if the dealer says it's only 18,000 when it's 180, and the player says I call, now you're going to hold him to 18,000 when that player moved all in for 180,000? No chance. There's no chance of ever doing that.
Right. What we're looking for is a solution to how do we handle it when the dealer has made a mistake and it's going to cost the caller a lot more money than he anticipated. That's what we're trying to
What
find
if it costs the bettor a lot more money? What if it costs the bettor money?
Either way, exactly. That's what we're trying to resolve here. So, yeah, some of the people who haven't said anything.
Sandy Seltzer.
Susie, please.
If you put this rule in and change it so that if he says this, then he does this, you are encouraging people to say, how much is it? and I'm calling this. If you leave it the way it is, an all-in is an all-in, and I call you, you are calling an all-in. If there's a mistake, it has to be corrected, because you're not going to allow two mistakes.
As a player, when somebody says all in and I'm thinking about calling them, I want to know how much it is. I'm not just going to say call until I know how much it is.
Poker is a visual game, Linda.
So, no. Well, okay, what you're saying now is I need to get up and I need to go count the guy's chips, and I don't think
But
that's
if you don't
right.
have that information or just flying blindfolded, you need to have that information in order to call. Sometimes, if you're on the bubble of the World Series of Poker final table, you need to know the exact chip count.
You need to know the amount it costs you to call, I think. I mean, I want to know how much it is before I say call.
And I say you cannot make the player responsible for it. You can't make the dealer responsible for it either, because the dealer's not.
Thank you. Exactly. You have to go count his chips?
And that's why the World Series has the rule they do.
Okay.
I'm not disputing that. I don't think it's right.
Bob Daly has the mic.
This situation happened to me in a tournament in Austria not too long ago. Exact same thing. The tournament director decided that a player went all in with his chips and said, I bet all in. The person said, how much? The person intending to call said, how much is it? The dealer counted out the chips, gave a wrong count. Floorman came over and said that the count the dealer gave was only an estimate, and for that player to call the bet, he had to call the all-in bet regardless of what the mistake was. I happen to agree with it. I was sitting at the table. I happen to agree with that particular decision at the time.
Okay, so you want all the onus to be on the caller.
He calls it all-in bet. The bet was all-in, he calls all-in bet, or he doesn't call the all-in bet. And if a dealer gives a count, that's only an estimate. It's not to be considered an accurate amount.
And then we're going back to stating in our rules that it is the player's ultimate responsibility to rectify and assume, to make sure that they know what the bet is. Ultimately, it is the player's responsibility that the dealer is there to assist in the count. If we do that, then it pretty much makes the rule easy.
Well, we just supported again. Except
so where are we at here? Where are we at on this? Dave?
I have one other option that might help. This may or may not apply to some people here, but basically, with our organization, first off, we keep the chips at a manageable size, kind of like you were discussing earlier. We chip up so we don't have 500, 800, 1,000 physical chips in play. So I understand part of this we use where the chips have to come in to the center of the pot in one form or another to make sure visually you can line it up and see that everything is accurate before we run a board. We don't allow, hey, we're running out, count the chips later to avoid these issues. I understand when you have hundreds and hundreds of chips, that takes up too much time and everything else. But maybe as an option, when you've got all these stacks, because this is going to open it up to people that are going to try and manipulate and bury smaller chips to pad stacks, and then, all of a sudden I had an extra 3,000, or it was 10,000 less. If someone has the error of that dirty stack, intentional or unintentional, so you can avoid that. If you've got, stacks of 1,000, and all of a sudden in the middle, buried in, or somewhere you got mixed in, hundreds or 500s, how about that stack is represented as the chip in play? So if it's all thousands and, I had an extra, 5 or 6 5,000s in there, those are represented as 1,000. If they're less than, then it's going to come down when it's verified that it's that it comes down to the lesser chip in play. That way it can't be padded or manipulated. I don't know if that helps or if that just makes it more difficult or harder to explain, but.
In the case.
How do we make a rule on this?
I think that when you are facing an all-in and you see the dealer counting, you are counting with the dealer. So if the dealer make a mistake, you should see that mistake. You should see that mistake. So if the dealer make a mistake and you don't see it, you are making a mistake as well. And usually in the table, all the players are seeing the count, and all the players help the dealer to make the proper count. So if you face an all-in, it's the quantity of chips that the other player has, because you are responsible for counting that money. If the dealer make a mistake, it's your mistake as well. So we shouldn't change anything.
I did like your point. I said, you know, in the case of dirty stacks, I think that players should not be responsible for that amount. I'm okay with that. Yeah, definitely.
I have an outside voice too. But don't you agree that it is situational? Like, I agree that a player should be watching and counting. I'm sure we all do. I know I do. But if all of a sudden, after everything was counted and a person calls and now all of a sudden this $25,000 chip appears out of nowhere, I know me as a tournament director, I'm probably going to have to consider, did this chip ever get shown? Did anybody ever get to see it? So I don't know if we really can make a cut and dry rule on this, but I do agree that it is the caller's responsibility to watch and know what the other player has.
I did like Tim's ruling, and I don't usually like anything Tim says, but this, I did like it at first, and then when Matt spoke, one player says, all in. Now, I asked for the count as a player. Now, between the player says, I got about 80,000. Between the dealer saying, yes, this is true, it is 80,000. Between, there's 3 wrongs versus 1 perfectly, it's not up. Once it goes all in, you have someone says, well, I have about 80,000. Then the dealer counts it out. At some point, the caller has, the responsibility is more on the caller at this point, between asking, between visualizing, between getting the dealer. I mean, would we gotta spoon feed them? I mean, but I think the responsibility should be more on the caller. I'm actually more agreeing with that. Now, if there's a hidden chip, then of course, obviously, we go to a different, but the ruling, I think, can be made that it is the caller's responsibility when announcing, I call that all in. To get those chips verified. If you have 3 people, you have 3 different defenses as a caller. 3 defenses as a caller.
If I'm a caller and I'm fixing to call 80,000 and I've asked for a count, they give me a count of 80,000. Me as a player, I'm not allowed to touch another player's chips. If you want to put that responsibility in my hands, I want the right to walk over, physically touch them, and count them. To touch their chips. If you're going to hold me responsible for that, and it's the amount of money that I'm risking, I want the responsibility to walk over and grab them chips and physically count them, because now you're telling me I can't do nothing, but I have to accept responsibility for whatever they make a mistake on.
Jesse's got his hand up.
You're more than welcome to watch the dealer count and count with him. You can't necessarily go over and grab his chips, but you can count with the dealer. Also, I do think that the player who is calling is liable for the full amount. I think that this is also somewhat situational. I don't think it's going to be cut and dry. Maybe the 80-20 rule. Also, we do have a rule in our rule book in the tournament section that says a player who declares all in and loses the pot then discovers that 1 or more chips were hidden is not entitled to benefit from this. That player is eliminated from the tournament if the opponent had sufficient chips to cover. Slightly different, but a little bit along the same lines.
But what would the caller be obligated to?
I'm the caller, and you have 7 stacks of $1,000 chips, and that's in the back stack. There's 2 $25,000 chips. Am I calling 140? Or is it 198?
If the chips were bet into the pot, I think it's all liable. If it's hidden, as in under the rail, never made it into the pot, I think that's different.
I asked for a count. The dealer counts down the front stack. In the back stack, you have 2 chips hidden. There's second and third chip down.
If they're in the pot, it still counts.
I've asked for a count.
That's not hidden. That's not hidden. The chips are still on the table. They're in the betting area. I understand what you're saying, but they're in the betting area. By hidden, I mean under the rail. Never make it out into the
So
the
I've
pot.
asked for the count. The players stated 140. Dealer cut down the front stack. It says 140. The back stack has now 2 $25,000 chips. Now I got to call an extra 48,000 because the chips are hidden.
So it says you cannot benefit. The player cannot benefit. The player going all in cannot benefit from those hidden
So
chips.
it's like my rule. He's going to win 140. not
But I
what
think
we
it's,
represented, not 190.
I don't think it's a cut and dry rule. I think it's situational. I think the
But
definition.
in this situation, what are you going to play that player that's all in, that one?
I would have to decide whether I thought those were truly hidden enough to make that out of play chips or not beneficial. So. And if they're hidden underneath the rail, it's obvious. If they're, I don't know.
Well, read it and see how many want to vote. How many?
Okay, here's the deal. All right, so there is some, look, as tournament directors and as people that are in charge of making these rulings, I think that obviously the World Series rule clears it up. It's pretty simple. Makes it, there's no distinction of that. Obviously, if there's hidden chips, that's another issue. I think you can refer to rule number 1 on that. I don't think you have to force somebody to do that. But in my opinion, the World Series rule works perfectly for me. And the players, if they get caught by this one time, by making a mistake, by not seeing or not counting it or one time, they're going to, in the future, be more careful. And you're not going to have these issues of that you're going to run into outside of it. And if the TDA goes with what they're using at the World Series, it's not a bad way to go either. I just think, there's a lot of backup and support behind what you're doing.
Yeah, Matt, there's no really fair solution to this problem. Every solution, the color or the better will have a little more advantage than the other. So I think as a tournament director, the less problems we'll have is with the solution that Tim has at the Venetian. I think that's the less the solution that brings less problem. It's easier to apply. It's easier to enforce, I think.
Why don't we read the rule and see how many want to adopt it and see if we can work this out. Okay, the rule that's, as it's written right now, says accepted action. Poker is a game of observation. It is the player's responsibility to ensure the accuracy of another player's bet and or all-in wager, regardless of what is stated by the dealer and or other players at the table. If a player requests a count but receives incorrect information from the dealer or from another player, then places said amount into the pot, it is assumed that he or she is accepting the action and will be subject to the correct wager and or all-in amount. Okay.
Now, Steve Brecker, who plays a lot of these big tournaments, he's on our stream right here. He's saying that the dealer should not be able to count the chips. He doesn't want the dealers to count the chips.
Well, then
he wants to count the chips. He wants to be able to see the chips so that they're put into 20s, and he makes a decision that the dealer's count would not hold up.
Well, no. Okay, you said the player who's moving in doesn't have to give a chip count, and the dealer, shouldn't be counting the chips. So who's going to count the chips?
Cutting it, he's saying that the dealer should cut it out and physically show it there. If you're playing in the tournament, you should know what the chips are, and you make the call on your own.
Okay, so.
The dealer cuts it out, stacks it, puts it out.
Okay, I get it.
Which, by the way, is exactly what the World Series is saying also. You have a responsibility. There's nothing in this rule that says you can't insist upon accuracy in the count. Not one thing in any of the rules that we make says that you can't say, are there any more chips? Are those cut in stacks of 20? Any number of things that you can do to ensure the accuracy of the bet that you are facing is your responsibility. You can do that without ever having to touch those chips. What they're saying is that you do, in fact, you will be held liable for anything that happens that's inaccurate once that process has been accomplished. I think Mike has.
To satisfy those of us that want to have the option of some redress, would anyone be opposed to just taking that verbatim language from the World Series and just adding, in extreme situations of miscount, Rule 1 may be applied in TD's discretion?
Well, you can write it, Mike, but I think it's always implied, isn't it? It's
Dave, I tell you, I'm not sure it is, because here's what happens. Let's say we have one of these extreme situations. The all-in bettor maybe is looking at another 40,000. I come over to make the ruling, and that bettor is saying, I want my 40,000. This is what the rule says. The rules doesn't say anything about any exceptions. If we just had something that was very innocuous, In extreme situations, Rule 1 may be considered by the TD, or just leave it at that. At least I could say, in this case, sir, I think that you were complicit in the problem, and I'm going to rule in this alternative way. And yes, I do have the authority to do that because it's in the rule.
Okay. You like that as well?
What I agree with, the one part about that I agree with, if you're taking the dealer's count as an estimation and not as an accurate total, then in that aspect, take the dealer count all together, have them break it down and let the caller count it, and then in that aspect, put the full responsibility into the point of the caller. Don't open the door to where the dealer can give wrong information and then the player's penalized.
Right.
If you're going to do it, put all the responsibility on the player and be done with it.
So let's figure out if we can come up with an agreement here. Tim, are you not going to agree with what the World Series says with the
How many times I've had gaming on my property, cash games and tournament, regarding this, that it would be something I would have to omit. No, they will not. Jesse, gaming's going to go by my house rule, and I've had this dozens of times. Yeah, gaming's going to go on your house rule and how it's writ. And if you...
But what if we put extreme situations on the end where you saw someone had malice or intent to hide chips and now you don't want to benefit? Now you're covered both ways. You get your cake and eat it too, Tim. Cake's good.
I do like Steve's making some good points here. He says the dealer should therefore be able to train to move the better stacks near the potential caller and cut the stack there and not say anything. What's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with that.
So, at a final table, and there's a mound of chips in.
Give less chips. Give less chips.
Give less chips. The Matt Service theory. However, it's not a reality. I don't do that. So you're going to have the dealer move the chips from the 8 seat to the 2 seat or in front of them.
You leave the 20 stacks out in front of the players, okay? And you move the odd stacks and you break down one of them. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stacks of this or 4 stacks of this. And go. And the players, by the way, the other players at the table are going to help with this every time. Yes. And they're not held responsible for what they're saying. Mm-hmm. So if you move the chips near the player and then let the players count, they're responsible for it. There's no other way about it. I just don't think that you can say.
In that case, Matt, if the dealer says nothing and leaves the player to count, and the dealer realizes that he's making a mistake, should he intervene? If the dealer's not, the dealer just cuts it all down, the player says, right, okay, 120, I pay, and the dealer knows that he's making a mistake.
Why would he say anything?
That's my question.
The player made their own mistake. It's not, that's back on the player's responsibility. It's on the caller's responsibility. Because in certain situations where the dealers have they've not counted these chips. There's extreme cases where, it's not even extreme cases anymore. There are a lot of places out there where the dealers cannot count the chips. And I understand they need to be trained better.
That comes down to a process and procedures issue for the card room or the tournament. I mean, however you want to slate that. But ultimately, my view of the world is that your dealer is the neutral party responsible for controlling action at the table. I mean, otherwise, it's a free-for-all. So, I mean, what you're proposing to me, Matt, says we're going to take the dealer out of this completely.
You're not taking the dealer out. The dealer's now taking those chips cutting them out for them and showing them what they've got, fanning them out. It's still a dealer procedure because the dealer's involved. And now the player says, okay, okay, I call.
All right. But I think we also have rules already built into the existing structure that talk about players protecting each other. I mean, so I'm having a hard time with it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. What's that?
Yeah, well, the Venetian rule has disappeared. Honestly, it
Matt?
has. I've been looking for it.
I have it over here.
Daniel D. Lancerino. So Matt, are you proposing that players will not have the opportunity, cannot ask dealers to do chip counts? The dealers just to, or what Steve's suggesting?
It's just something that somebody that
because that would slow down the game quite a bit. If you just okay, the dealer can only break down the stacks, and you got to count it from across the table or from whatnot. I'll hold out the action, and players want.
Okay, but if we're making it, if the rule is that what the dealer says is not binding, because that's the way the rule is now.
That's fine.
The dealers is the dealer's count binding for you? Tim, is the dealer's count binding for you?
It's binding to the all-in player. He is obligated to correct the dealer if the dealer makes a mistake.
Right. Ultimately, it should be a responsibility of the caller.
Right.
I think in the extreme cases where, there's a miscount because there's some chips are hidden, I think we refer to rule number 37 where it says higher denomination chips must be visible and identifiable at all times, and that's situational. And if they put out the stacks and just put down one stack, but you got 3 stacks behind, or you got a couple dirty stacks with a couple extra bigger denomination chips, and the player is basing their count on that dirty stack, and they're calling for a lesser amount than that's actually there, they should then, as a TD, you can have that discretion and say, okay, well,
yeah, I have no problem with that.
Right.
I have no problem with what you're saying with the dirty stacks and that. If it's misrepresented, then I have no problem making that other ruling.
And that's all we got to refer to.
I still think
if it's miscounted due to
I still think there's a good percentage of players and dealers that could not count a stack of chips.
That's true. Yeah.
So when they say they're all in and now they're responsible to a number.
But we're talking about when the player misrepresents the stack, man.
No, because the misrepresentation is really something you're always going to have to deal with on a one-to-one basis. You have to make a decision on what you want to do there, whether there's a penalty involved, whether there's a correction to it, whether the chip amounts have to be reduced or he is only eligible for a certain share of the pot, whatever it is, it's your call. You can't make a rule for generalizations for any and all of these circumstances. What we're really trying to do right now is to establish very clearly who is ultimately responsible when we have misunderstood bets. Not all of those circumstances where they clearly stated, we can go back and sort it out chronologically, he stated this, she did that, etc. Those things you can all sort out. You're all bright TDs, you can all work those things out. The ones we want are the generalizations that say, okay, isn't it ultimately the player's responsibility, and how do we write a rule that says in the shortest, most efficient manner that you are responsible with only this one little slight loophole, and that's where the World Series rule with something as simple as misstatements and gross misunderstandings refer to Rule 1, or something as simple as that, so that we can encompass one of the essence of the rule that says, yes, it's your responsibility. You're playing, you need to be visually aware of what's going on around you, you need to verify the player's chips when you're all in or you bet, but in those rare instances, we will refer to Rule 1.
I'd like to move that we put that to a vote right now and see where it goes and then move on.
Yeah, and I think we're just going to move on. And we're just going to move on. And
can we put that one to a vote, the WASOP rule with Mike's exception, and see where that goes, and then if it fails, then we move on.
Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Okay, well, what I just stated was basically that, yeah, Mike, can you restate?
I don't even think I would specify gross misunderstanding, Dave. I'd have it real innocuous, just something to the effect, In extreme situations, Rule 1 may be considered at TD's discretion. Leave it at that. If you start saying gross misunderstandings, I think that might open it up to more rigmarole than you want, you know. Something real innocuous. We'll work on the language to be something like, in extreme situations, Rule 1 may be considered by the TD in their sole discretion.
Okay, I'm going to read the rule. We'll take a vote, and if we don't have a 90% or more, then we're going to move on, and we won't have a rule. Okay, so the rule will be accepted action. Poker is a game of observation. It's the player's responsibility to ensure the accuracy of another player's bet-in or all-in wager, regardless of what is stated by the dealer and or other players at the table. If a player requests the count but receives incorrect information from the dealer or another player at the table, then places said amount into the pot, it is assumed that he or she is accepting the action and will be subject to the correct wager and or all-in amount. In extreme circumstances, the TD may resort to Rule 1. Okay, how many of you cannot accept that? Cannot accept that? Only one? Okay, all right, that's it. Passed.
And that's what we'll do. Very nice. Very good. Move on.
Okay, so here we go.
Okay, and no more discussion on that topic. It's over.
All right, here we go. So, player declares after cutting chips or while cutting chips an amount higher than he has in his hand.
Right. Can they do that?
Can they do that? That's a procedure. Let's move on. Unclear bet, two possible amounts will be the lesser amount. Do we agree with that?
Okay.
Does anybody disagree with that? An unclear bet with two possible amounts will be a lesser amount.
We'll resort back to the lower amount.
Okay.
Good.
Conditional statements are not allowed, but may be binding and subject to penalty. Yes? Okay. Excessive personal items rule to be adopted. Are we okay with that, or are we just going to leave that up to the individual property? Like, does anybody allow like a bunch of phones on the table and
suitcase, an ice tea pitcher, or suitcase,
and multiple drinks and things like that?
Leon.
Sandy? Yeah, I mean, that's what my rule has always been, that nothing that can cover a card can be on the table.
You know, back to the smartphone rule that Dave made yesterday, I thought it was pretty genius about having, while in a hand, the smartphone must be face down.
Real simple. The TDA directors are not necessarily the ones who want to actively utilize the rule. Here's what happens. They were all on their phones. The one question that seems to be ongoing when it comes to phones is, when is it out of play? It's real simple. When you have two cards in front of you, the phone face needs to be out of play. Turn it face down. There's a definitive thing. It's almost like pushing the button on the shuffle master. There's a definitive line when the phone is no longer in play. And when it's face down and you're no longer utilizing it in any form or shape, and you are having two cards in front of you, that's the definitive line. If you still have the phone in the air, if it's face up, it's in use. So however you want to interpret that or enforce your rule is kind of up to you, but it's one that we found very effective. It's the definitive line for make it out of use, turn it face down. That's my story.
Very nice.
Yeah. Players picks up cards, instead it's a dead hand.
Is it when facing a bet, or it doesn't matter?
When facing a bet?
When facing a bet, it has to be in there.
Your face-up cards. That's fine. I think that's kind of a rule of poker, but it's never been a rule, and I think it needs to be a rule. Was there anything else that people thought could possibly be a rule that we didn't bring up yesterday that you want to bring up today? Okay.
Looks like two.
Non-contested hand should not have to show. Was that going to be? Oh, sorry. Hey. A non-contested hand should not have to show unless another player requests to see it at the table. So, player bets, and the other guy calls, and the better just immediately folds. We decided that that other player does not have to show their hand unless another player asks to see the hand. That was agreed, right?
Yes, we agreed on that.
And
I thought you didn't write it down.
Sorry. Oh no.
It's kind of a big one there.
I did want to add my little 2 cents. I know, shocker, surprise, surprise. I think anyone at the table should be allowed to see the hand except the original better. I don't think, and I think even in heads-up situation, DJ bets, I call, he turns over a hand, that's a good hand, and I'm about to muck, he's like, I want to see that hand. I don't think the winner of the pot should ever be allowed to see a loser's hand. Because it's only, the rule is only set in case of collusion. Well, obviously he's not cheating, obviously I'm not cheating with him, he just took all my chips.
No, there's a good backup for that. If he now loses the pot, then he gets the pot. So that's, don't take that away from me. I'm still waiting for that perfect situation.
No, okay.
I'm waiting for that to happen. I've been waiting my whole career for that to happen.
You're right, I get, okay.
But it hasn't happened. No, I just
No,
want
you're
that.
right. So, but the non-contested hand does not have to show, ever.
Right, but we could add that in. That if the winner of the pot has to see the loser's hand and he loses, he now loses the pot. We could add that in.
Yeah, that's true. It's a house rule. Oh, sorry.
I prefer not to add it in because I think that might start people asking to see hands when they're not asking now. And
What do you mean? The winner is not going to ask to see the loser's hand ever if he knows that he could lose the pot if he asks.
well, he can lose the pot if he asks.
Yeah, you're
That is
saying
a rule.
that's like a house rule. I understand, but it's a very simple rule to write in there that. I understand, but you're talking about your house rules at the Venetian. We're not talking about. Okay. Which, the other way? You understand, but anybody else can ask to see it. We're saying that if the winner of the pot asks to see the loser's hand, then he loses the pot if his hand is not the best. I understand it's the standard, but does it need to be written?
We do not need it as a TDA rule. That's my opinion on that.
So is it better to go with the ruling that, because I don't like having to show cards. I think I like Tim's ruling that you have to believe that the person is colluding in order to ask to see the hand, and a floor person should be called.
Didn't we change that a non-contested hand does not have to be shown? I thought we
But
agreed
it
on
was
that
a bet and
yesterday.
a call, and now that's okay.
But you folded.
Apples and
It's not
oranges.
contested anymore.
Oh, it's not, so now a player can ask to see the hand because it's no longer contested.
Correct.
Ah,
Light
yay.
bulb went on.
Thank you.
What they're talking about is, like most clubs are going with, all the big Venetian, Bellagio, Aria, we don't show losing hands. And so you have to suspect collusion to show losing hands. What I would propose that when you in a situation where you only show winning hands, the person that had made the bet and got called and mucked his hand immediately, I believe that he does not have the right to ask to see the winning hand because he relinquished his right when he threw his hand away.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah.
Didn't we agree on this yesterday?
We didn't talk about it yesterday.
Yes, we did.
It's no longer contested.
It's no longer contested. We don't show this.
As long as there's two live hands, you need to see a winning hand. If there's not two live hands, then you don't have to show it.
But anybody at the table can see a called hand.
Can we take out the I want to see that hand rule in a TDA?
No, Tim, no, don't misunderstand. We said that he doesn't have to show his hand, but if somebody asks to see, because he's won the pot, and they say, oh, I'd like to see the winning hand, then he does have to show.
Because we have that rule at Aria, and it happens quite a bit. Somebody bets and gets called and mucks their hand immediately and wants to see the winner's hand. I believe that he's the only one at the table that does not have a right to see it. I think that should actually be amended because he's given up his right.
Yeah, I like that idea because he, in effect, has then taken a shot to be able to see that hand without having to show his. I think you should be responsible on both sides. And that might be the only exception to being able to see the hand. Absolutely. Is if you quick muck, then you are the guy who can't see. And correct. Also, this player then can't say, well, Dave, can you ask to see his hand? Right. You know, because then that's collusion.
Of course.
Leon,
I like that.
And Leon and Tim, have you guys gotten rid of the I want to see that hand rule completely?
Yes.
In your card rooms?
Yes.
Is it possible to make that a TDA rule and get rid of the I want to see the hand rule and make it that
don't show a losing hand unless it's suspected collusion. So the shift manager or the TD is the only ones that can determine if there's collusion.
Does anybody here have that rule that players are not allowed to ask to see other hands? So, some of you? I personally love the rule.
It takes the needle totally out of the game.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we get a microphone back to Doug, please? Also to Kyle.
We have a little caveat to that, is that when somebody suspects that somewhere along the hand that there was collusion, the shift manager has the ability to turn their opponent's hand over to look at it.
Yeah, see that's I mean the only
Other than that, you can't ask to see a hand.
A losing hand.
And I agree with that. But the reason that I hate to say blanket you can't ask to see another hand is if you feel legitimately like you've been squeezed in there, you know, over and over on every betting street, it's bet raise, then I feel like the player should have the right, if he really suspects that he's being squeezed, to ask to see it. So, Doug, in that case, the floor would have to come over? The shift manager would have to come over in that case?
Yes.
So I don't think we're actually going to come to an agreement on that because I actually think that other players.
We're agreeing on that.
What? We're in agreement.
We're absolutely in agreement about it.
If you don't do that, you're going to have a huge problem with GCV.
So you're saying that nobody can see the hands?
Nobody can ask to see a losing hand. You can only ask to see a winning hand. That means the situation where a quick call. Yeah. Absolutely. But we're taking the I want to see how he plays out of the equation.
So is this wording okay? Any player may request to see a winning hand except for the called better who mucked?
That's correct. And then you want to add, you cannot ask to see a losing hand unless you suspect collusion.
Doug, how do you have it worded then? Do you have it something like players cannot ask?
Just real simple, you know. I don't necessarily have the exact words in front of me, but it's just the intent is for a person can ask to see another player's hand, provided they convince the shift manager that they are suspicious of collusion.
I like it.
Jerry up front here.
The problem I have with having to announce that you suspect collusion, when there really is collusion, players are going to be too intimidated to do that. They think they're getting squeezed. Now I got to tell a 300-pound guy that I want to see your hand because I think you're cheating.
Oh, you think they won't ask?
Oh,
right,
yeah.
exactly.
No, they do. The way
but Jerry, they can always ask, you know, they'll ask quietly. I mean, maybe not in the particular hand that they're in, but certainly they'll come across in a private manner and say, I think these guys are doing something to me together. Can we keep an eye on them? And at that point, I might actually instruct them to say, the next time you see it or feel that way, just give me a signal, and I will investigate further for you.
We know that, but player
that's a good
player
point.
doesn't.
Do you want the rule to be something like players may not ask to see a losing hand in cases where
For information.
for informational purposes, in cases of in suspicious cases, the floorman must be called over,
You
or
know,
something like that?
You may have it right there with you're not allowed to ask for, you're not allowed to see a hand for information purposes in dot, period.
Or you could.
Go. But then are you putting it back on the dealer? If somebody says, I want to see that hand, then does the dealer need to say why?
No,
Then
the dealer says
floor.
floor. That's how you train your dealer.
So when somebody asks to see a hand, the dealer calls the floor?
Exactly. That's what you do. If this is, you don't, the dealer, it's not the dealer's responsibility
So the dealer
to
can
say,
never turn up a hand.
Exactly. What the dealer says is floor.
I want to see a hand, floor.
Floor. That's what they do.
The dealer still has to turn the hand up in all situations.
We're not talking all in situations, but for the sake of collusion, getting a read on the player, seeing what beat you, whatever. I want to see a hand, floor.
Right. Then
is it that simple?
Yes. And then the floor comes over and says
then the
why.
floor makes the decision.
Exactly.
Here, Tim just made a point.
Does that put the player who asked on the spot then to verbalize to the floor person in front of the table, well, I think these guys were doing this and this? Or if so, is that okay because it discourages that? Or is it just that simple? I want to see the hand, floor.
We'll say what's going on.
I'm agreeing with all the points that you just made, as well as the fact that I'd like to see the hand and not start controversy at the table if there's not collusion. If I can just see the hand, then we can prevent bringing the floor over and accusing two people of colluding if they're not. The whole point is I'd like to be able to make the judgment. On top of that, I don't want to have the house be playing favorites to their players that are coming in regularly. If I'm an outsider and I come in and I think two players are colluding and I have to call floor over and he goes, well, they're not colluding. I know these players and they're going to overrule it and not let me see the hands. I don't know what's going on. There could be, staff could be playing favorites for the players that are locals.
And I foresee another problem with something like that. I look at the tournament clock, tick, tick, tick. I see where the button is. I know that if I say I want to see a hand, they're going to call the floor. It's going to halt our game for a little bit. Tick, 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 blinds go up. I've just paid the small blind. Now I'm on the button. The guy with the short stack is now all in for the big. I mean, I see that as being some gamesmanship taking it a step further. So as simple as it sounds, maybe it isn't because maybe it adds more gamesmanship.
Well, I can live with either way, allowing to show hands or forbidding to show hands. But I just always like to bring this point up. People are coming to poker more and more through the internet everywhere around the world, maybe except here now. But in internet, you can see the hands. And also, I think it's a good point to the TDA could recommend the biggest sites to adopt some things. For example, PokerStars does not use a dead button. It's always a moving button. So there are a lot of things they do different. For example, the chopping prizes when they bust on the bubble and things like that.
The button is the first rule we ever had. We're not changing it. I'm just going on record right there. But
for the site.
Oh, recommend that the sites change. Oh, okay. I was going to say, wow, because, Right. And what you're saying about being able, with the hand histories online back when we used to be able to play online, is those are the new players who have been cultivated to play, and they are used to going to the hand history button and being able to see 100% of the hands that were called that they want to see. So we do have to retrain our players, definitely.
So, it's Mike Bishop. So, let me be clear here. Is this statement correct? Any player may request to see a winning hand except for a called bet or who mucked?
Any player may
Yes.
request to see a winning hand.
So,
Except for the player.
give me the rule, Mike. What's the rule? Jimmy Stewart.
Well,
Just listen to the voice. Just close your eyes and listen to the voice. It's Jimmy Stewart.
The short version of it is in a bet muck situation. The winning hand need not be shown, and the mucker cannot ask to see the hand.
So that says it better.
Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Is that Jimmy Stewart?
Any player may request to see a winning hand except for a called bet or who mucked.
Then the second part of the rule.
That's the second part. What's the first part?
Okay, no.
That's what I wanna know.
Okay. Whatever you just said about any player, any winning hand, what did you say? Read it again.
Any player may request to see a winning hand except for a called better who mucked.
Okay, then the second part, players may not request to see a losing hand to gain information. To gain information. So, okay?
That's the second and third part. What's the first part?
What you said was...
No, it's the first part is the non-contested. That's the first part.
That's a different rule, isn't it?
I think that's the same rule, right?
Okay. Bundle it all together.
Yeah, give me the first part. The first part is you can't see a non-contested hand, right? Or you don't have to show a non-contested hand.
Okay.
There you go. That's what we
Something
were
about
looking for.
you don't have to show a non-contested hand, and then anybody has the right to see a winning hand, and then players may not request to see a losing hand to gain information. Okay. How many are opposed to that rule being passed? Doug, that is your rule pretty much, isn't it? Okay, what part are you opposed to?
Wait for the mic.
If a customer complains that they think they've got put in the middle, and you leave out that aspect of it while you're doing your investigation of this customer complaint, as soon as GCB gets involved in it, they say, well, you didn't look at their hand because you thought they were just getting information? Now you open the door up to where you might be responsible for the whole pot because of the fact that you didn't do any due diligence to find out if there was collusion.
No, okay, that's not what the rule says.
Well, it leaves that aspect out of it completely the way it's worded.
For strategical information or to... Yes, absolutely. I love Doug's rule about call the floor if you think there's collusion. What if we said players may not request to see a losing hand to gain strategical information on the play of the hand?
Why not just say what it's for?
The only reason, say something like the only reason to ask to see a hand is if you suspect collusion or something like that?
Yeah.
My problem with that is I think every time I want to see the hand, I'm just going to say I suspect collusion.
You have to, the shift manager has to evaluate
Right.
why you think that's
And you
so.
can take away somebody's right to ask, if you think they're abusing it. So.
Good point.
Okay, so you'd rather have it worded that players may not request to see a losing hand unless collusion is suspected?
And then a floor man must be called.
And then a floor man must be called. Is that okay with everyone?
Yeah, me too.
Somebody else mentioned is the floor person playing favorites because it's a But I think we have it if we just put in there you can only ask for the purpose of collusion. And as Dave brought up, well, he's going to continually do that. No, I'm not going to let you do that. You do it once or twice, and then I'm going to pull you to some. Dave, I'm not going to let you.
And if you're always going back to rule number 1, that the floor person's decision is final, don't play in a card room if you don't trust the floor person. If you think they're playing favorites, then find another card room. Or speak to them off to the side. But, you're subject to rule number 1 in everything you do in that card room. So don't be specific about that one that you have a problem.
Hold on.
That's right. Kyle, you've had your hand in the air for 10 minutes. Did you finally get a microphone?
I did.
Thank you.
Where are you?
My team debated this quite a bit, and we came to the conclusion that this is used to needle people, it's used as an information gathering device, that the genesis of this rule was to prevent collusion, that if a collusion accusation is made, the floor man needs to be there. So our rule simply states, no player may ask to see the content of another player's hand at any time. If you suspect collusion, please contact a floor person. Simple.
You need to be able to see the hand right then. So, please contact the floor person. Makes it sound like you need to do it later or something.
Yeah, they need to call the floor right now. Notify a floor person.
Okay, so how about players may not request to see a losing hand unless collusion is suspected, in which case the floor must be called immediately.
Then how about cards can only be exposed under the supervision of a floor person?
That's pretty broad.
One rule I had, it just says, however, if a player feels that there are issues of collusion or other suspicious activities happening, they should call a floor supervisor to review the hand.
Do we want to add that in there? We want to have that last part in there.
I'm okay if that's in there, yes. It says players may not request to see hands that are not shown. I guess that would have to be changed, but players may not request to see losing hands. However, if a player feels that there are issues of collusion or other suspicious activities happening, they should call a floor supervisor to review the hand.
Jesse, read that rule again.
I think I'll read the entire rule. It says players may not request to see hands that are not shown. However, if a player feels that there are issues of collusion or other suspicious activities happening, they should call a floor supervisor to review the hand.
Okay. I would want it to say may not request to see losing hands.
Yes, the first sentence should be
Doug,
changed. However,
the way that one's worded, that sounds like that covers any complaints that from the GCB standpoint or something. Did you hear the way it's? I mean, are you okay? I like that wording personally. I don't know how you others. Yeah.
About 50% of the players I know do not even know what collusion means, and I don't want to open it up for them to understand what it means. And there's ways around it if you figure it out, but they're not thinking about it.
Maybe suspect foul play.
Suspect foul play is.
Or suspicious. Just take the word collusion out and just leave suspicious activity.
Suspicious activity covers it. One more time, Jesse.
Yes. However, if a player feels that there are issues of collusion or other suspicious activities happening, they should call a floor supervisor to review the hand.
Okay, so if we take out collusion and we say if they think suspicious activity is occurring.
That includes software and everything.
Right. Okay, are we okay with it that way? Okay, great. Mike, did you get the wording on it? Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Moving on.
Okay. All right, so here's what we're going to do. What we're going to do is we're going to show you a video, and then we're going to bring you in the other room and break you up in groups. At that time, you can go and take a little short break. Okay, once you're in your groups over there, come back to that table, and then we have some situations for you to go over here. And then we'll come back after an hour. And then we'll go from there. We'll review them and come up with hopefully some good answers, and then we'll tie it up for the end of the day. All right, so here is a video of a hand, and if you're looking at your situations thing here, get a little kitty. Need your password. Kansas. All right, everybody knows his password now. All right, so this is a hand that happened right after our last TDA meeting. I thought it actually happened before. I thought we discussed it, but we didn't. We did? We did discuss this last? I thought we did too. Okay, where's the volume at here? Is this it? Rob, is this a volume? Where's Rob? Great. Perfect.
Der Tobias füllt den Small Blind auf, es wird gecheckt
Okay,
und die beiden
German,
gucken
so.
sich den Flop an von 7-10 Ass mit 7-10
there's the
Kreuz. Der Tobi checkt jetzt von vorne und der Wolf wettet 12.000 an. Daraufhin raised Tobi jetzt auf 30.000, die nach kurzem Überlegen von Roland der Wolf gecallt werden. Auf dem Turn kommt jetzt die 9 in Herz, also jetzt liegen 2 Herz und 2 Kreuz. Und jetzt spielt der Tobi von vorne 47.000 Chips an, die
And Roland
nach
calls.
etwas Überlegen von Roland de Wolf gecallt werden. Auf dem River kommt die Herz 4. Und jetzt checkt Tobi von vorne und Roland, der wettet jetzt 80.000 an und Tobi überlegt sehr, sehr lange
Roland bets,
und
and then he
bezahlt
calls.
die 80.000. Und was dann passiert, das hören wir uns jetzt im Original an.
Roland turns over king, shows king high. Tobias at this point is asking to see his hand. So now the dealer stops it, turns it over.
No, that's not in the money.
King high.
No, wait, come on.
He put them in the mug.
I show the king. This is not the mug. Come on, don't be wrong.
He mugged the mug. There's no question. I would never show my hand.
Come on, I show the king.
No.
Come on.
That doesn't matter. He has to show both hands.
Nobody thinks it's a mug. This is a joke.
No. And I just mugged my hand. I get the mug.
There's his cards face up on the table. King 8. That's queen high. Okay. So that's what we'll start with.
Okay. Several things happened though in the hand. He didn't ask to
Yes,
see
he
his
did.
hand.
Tobias.
He said you
yes,
have to show your hand to win or something. He didn't say I want to see the hand. Once the guy showed the king, he said you have to show your hand to win or something, right?
He said show your hand or muck.
Show your hand or muck. Okay. So that doesn't mean I want to see your hand.
Oh, it doesn't? It doesn't?
Yeah.
Not if it's or,
No.
show your hand or
Show,
muck.
show your hand or muck.
He chose to muck.
Okay.
Show your hand.
Show
is
your
what he
hand
said.
or muck. You know.
Okay.
Or you have to show your hand or something like that. You know, he didn't say I want to see your hand. Okay, at that point, when he said show your hand or muck, Roland started to muck his hand, and now the dealer turned his hand up. Am I wrong about the facts?
It went, touched the burn cards, the dealer stopped it and turned it over.
Right. Okay, but I mean the facts of how it happened are right or not?
Yeah.
Okay. So the tournament director's called over, and so when we get back from a 5-minute break.
Linda and I will argue. So we're going to actually go over there. Let's just, so what we want to do, guys, is what we want to do is break you up into groups you're not comfortable with. So this is people you don't know. So we don't want all the people from ARIA sitting with all the people from ARIA, so you're going to have to make new friends.
We're going to have you go next door. We're going to go through the side.
Go through the side door right here.
And hang on one second, please. Okay, right now the tables are in 4. We want you to get 2 chairs from another table, bring them over, make them tables of 6, and you're going to discuss, you know, what the ruling should be. And then we're also probably going to give you a few other cases from the book, so bring your book with you.
Bring your booklets with you and a pen and go over there and discuss them. Write down your thoughts. Actually, yeah, that's fine. I actually want you to go over there first, make your groups, and then go on your break. That would be better. That way you know where you're going. All your stuff's at the tables over there. So go on through these doors. Just go through these exit doors straight across. Thank you, Kevin.
Please take the first 7 rows and sit with your group. First 7 rows, sit with your group.
Testing.
We got seats up front here. Okay, I don't care. Is there any place here you want to eat, or you want to go somewhere? I don't care. Huh? Okay. All right. We got almost 2,000 left after the accounting. Yeah, I'll give you a complete counting. Please sit with your group in the first 7 rows. You what? Okay, you want to be the moderator? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I think we're all here. I mean, as far as groups. Matt, you want to start them off? Okay.
Die nach kurzem Überlegen von Roland de Wolf gecallt werden. Auf dem Turn kommt jetzt die 9 in Herz. Also jetzt liegen 2 Herz und 2 Kreuz. Und jetzt spielt der Tobi von vorne 47.000 Chips an, die nach etwas Überlegen von Roland de Wolf gecallt werden. Auf dem River kommt die Herz 4. Und jetzt checkt Tobi von vorne und Roland, der wettet jetzt 80.000 an und Tobi überlegt sehr, sehr lange und bezahlt die 80.000. Und was dann passiert, das hören wir uns jetzt im Original an.
No, that's not in the money.
Yeah,
No way. Come on.
They were in the mug. He put them in the mug.
I show the king. This is not the mug. Come on,
the mug.
don't be wrong.
He mugged the mug. I would never show my hand.
Come on, I show the king.
No.
Come on.
That doesn't matter. He has to show both
This is a joke.
No.
Come on, buddy.
Come on. And I just mugged my head. I get the ball. So where's the
Okay. Hit her to lick.
All right. Kevin, I can't see you. There's one open table up here.
It's all right. That's okay. They don't want to sit that close.
All right, so by groups, how many groups feel that Roland should win the hand? Who's Roland? Roland's in the white shirt or the white. So let's see. That's 1, 2. Hold up your hands. So let's have one person from each table of to think that Roland should win. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that Tobias should win the hand. No, by groups. One per the table. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's about split. It's about split.
Interesting.
Leon, go ahead and speak for your group. Where's our microphone?
They each have a rep. So
Okay, yeah, ask for your rep. Here's a rep.
Leon, hold up. Give me that. Oh, you got it.
Here's a mic.
I don't have to sing.
You're saying who'd you take in the pot?
Well, at first, I didn't agree with Roland winning the pot because of his action causing a reaction. But the dealer clearly took his hand from him. Even though he tried to muck, he was trying to muck, trying to get the other guy to turn his hand face up, but the dealer did clearly take his hand from him. Then he turned it up. So I think in all fairness of the tournament, the best hand should get the tournament chips. That sounds about right.
Okay, so who's of the other opinion? Who wants to give it other opinion on the other side of it?
So we felt that the other player, his name was
Tobias.
We felt that Tobias should win the pot. The reason we felt that Tobias should win the pot is that Roland mucks his own hand under his own power. If Roland wanted to claim rights to the pot, he should have shown and disclosed both cards of his hand. That's pretty standard that you have to show 2 cards in order to win the pot, and he doesn't do that and decides to muck his hand under his own power. The cards did touch the muck under his own power.
Do we agree? Does everybody agree that the burn cards are the muck?
The The burn cards have to be the muck and have to be part of the muck because they are. How far would you allow him to go into the burn cards? How do you know that he's not switching the cards? I mean, we know in this one instance that maybe he didn't go all the way in, but how do you know that? How far are you going to let him go before you call it a dead hand? He does it under his own power. He takes the cards and he shoves them in there under his own power. Yes, they did. If you watch the video, they clearly touched the burn cards under his own power. Before the dealer grabs the cards, Roland's cards touch them up. Dead hand. Under his own power, did he take and touch the other cards? Yes, they are identifiable, but under his own power, he mucked his cards, and that's what we came up with.
Okay, but my question was that there was no instant replay done in this hand, right? So when the floorman came over and had to make this decision, I'm assuming the king is face up on the king hand is face up and the queen hand is face up. Am I correct? We didn't have we couldn't see this video at that point when the decision was made?
We're asking you to make your decision based on the video, what you saw.
Well, I just believe the dealer did the wrong thing, but unfortunately, dealers do the wrong thing, and I'm never not awarding the pot to the king. The fairness and the tournament, the king is getting the pot. You're right, he did try to muck the hand, but what I'm saying is, as a floorman walking over and looking at the situation, the winning hand is face up on the table.
Let's give the microphone to the people with their hands up.
Anybody want to speak over here? Over there.
Okay, our decision was that it should have been Tobias that won the pot because the wolf is obviously on an angle. The other player, okay, who calls, says to the wolf, show your hand or muck. When he shows one card, he says to him, like I've called, now show your hand. If you don't want to show your hand, you muck. He knows that he's behind at that time, and he gives the wolf every opportunity, and they wait long enough for him to show his hand or not. The wolf's on an angle because he doesn't want to show that he's only got a king high, and after a few seconds of reflection, he decides to muck. Quite clearly decides to muck, and it's only dealer intervention that mean that those cards are turned over. And the player that's on an angle should never benefit from it. Never. The player, Tobias, no, not at all. He asked, in his right, show your cards or muck. And he gives him time to do it, and it's only when the wolf mucks his hand, which if the dealer hadn't stopped him doing, Tobias then shows his. He knows he's behind, but if the wolf had played the rules correctly and shown both his cards, then he would have lost. What the wolf wants is to see Tobias's cards when he shouldn't need to. He's trying to make Tobias show his cards.
Okay, so you don't want to give any points for a well-played angle.
Not at all.
Sam.
Yes, they vote. One bet.
Okay, one at a time, please.
So our group decided that the wolf should not have been awarded the pot.
Should not or
should not?
Should not be.
The reason is that we believe there's two things that apply here. First, we believe he mucked his hand under his own power. He showed one card, and a player has to show both cards to claim the pot. He did not do that. He showed one card, then he shoved his cards, and they touched, intermingling with other dead cards. Therefore, we consider that a mucked hand. Now, if we were looking at this from the perspective of a floorman walking up, like Amanda said, it might be a different story, but we have the benefit of all those facts. So we think those two things. Now, the dealer acted improperly by retrieving the hand and turning it over. The dealer should not have done that. The hand was already dead.
All right, so we'll give... Okay, Kyle.
I have a mic. Our group actually, we awarded the pot to Roland, and I think we need to ask ourselves, we're not, I mean, once it gets to a showdown, are we still playing poker at this point? I mean, Roland showed his king at that point. Roland showed his king, and now Tobias is doing everything he can to muck his hand. And I believe that possibly unethical play is now occurring at this point. I mean, those cards are retrievable, identifiable. He's taking a shot. Tobias is equally taking a shot as Roland trying to look at Tobias's cards. And Susie actually agreed with me on this one. And I mean, if Susie agrees.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's a good viewpoint. Okay. And
So, go ahead, Kyle. We actually awarded the pot to Roland for a couple different reasons. Just because
let's have one speaker, please.
Just
Kyle.
because the betting's done doesn't mean position doesn't apply to the situation. There's the first player to act. He has two options. He can throw his hand away or he can show both cards. Tobias has no obligation to act until one of those two things has happened. Okay? Tobias is waiting. He's actually protected by position. He has position in the showdown. Until he sees two cards or that hand gets folded, he has no obligation to turn his hand over. The fact that he exposes his hand before one of those two things has happened, that's his own fault. He gave up position there to protect himself, to make sure those cards got in the muck. We award the pot to Roland.
Okay, thank you.
You said Roland. You mean Tobias.
We didn't necessarily feel that Tobias was straight up shooting the angle to begin with. We felt that Tobias was just asking the player, look, you have to show both your cards to win the pot. And Roland DeWolf made the bet, Tobias made the call. Tobias has paid for the right to see that hand. Roland does not want to show that hand, and Tobias is saying, look, I called you, show your hand. If you don't want to show your hand, I'm not going to show mine until you show yours. So either show it or throw it. Mm-hmm. And at that time, Roland takes his cards and pushes them into the muck. That's why we feel the hand's dead. At that time, then the dealer then stops Roland DeWolf from shoving him completely into the muck, grabs the two cards, Roland lets go, the dealer turns the hand up, and then Tobias jumps up and goes, hey, you killed that hand. That hand is dead. And then Tobias shows his hand. So Tobias is showing his hand because he feels that the hand is mucked because of Roland's actions. And that's why we came up with the reasoning that Roland has given up his right to the pot because he never showed both cards. He knows that's the rule. And because he did it under his own power, he mucked the hand. And we felt that the dealer was wrong in turning up that hand. We also think that the dealer should have, when it's Roland's turn after Roland was called, we feel the dealer should have, when Roland shows the king, the dealer should have then told Roland, you have to show two cards to win the pot. We felt that was the dealer's correct procedure. I think everybody agrees with that. And I'm not trying to say that anybody doesn't agree with that. I think everybody agrees with that. But that was just what part of the questions were on the sheet, and that's what our answers were.
Well, I mean, you teams have done a great job of whatever your decision was, having a good reason to make it. I mean, very good arguments on both sides that you're making. So, anybody else want to say? Okay.
We actually ruled that with him that Tobias got the pot. The reasons why we ruled Tobias got the pot is, regardless of everything else that happened, like he said, Tobias is protected by position. DeWolf has the obligation to expose both of his cards first. He exposed one card. He voluntarily put it in the muck. Under no circumstance whatsoever does the dealer ever have the right to turn another player's cards face up. So that action should have been null and void, as if it never happened. Tobias exposed his cards due to the fact that DeWolf, by the definition of mucking, did muck his hand. That hand was dead. The dealer cannot retrieve it. Therefore, that action didn't exist. Tobias won the hand.
So you're going with Rule 1 sort of to support your argument there, that he tried to muck, and the fairness rule is what you're applying, sort of.
Correct. His clear intention at that point, he was given no misinformation from Tobias, no misdirection from the dealer. He voluntarily decided to put his cards in the muck. His hand was dead.
Okay. Does anybody have something that hasn't been said?
Yes, I'll start it. First of all, Tobias made a big error here first by turning his cards face up. The dealer should be fired. And I think that Roland should win the pot. Okay. Here's my reasons. There's 3 of them. Reason number 1. In called pots, I want the best hand to win. The cards were retrievable and clearly identifiable. We know those were his cards. We know they were clearly his cards. Just 2 days ago, she told me that you should be able to win with 1 card showing, by the way, and now she disagrees with it. Clearly identifiable and retrievable, and I still believe that Tobias, who I've also talked to after this, who said, show me your hand, is saying, when he says, show me your hand, he must turn his cards face up. He must. He's in the pot. He has to show them. So therefore, there's 3 reasons why I believe that he should have won the pot.
Okay. In defense of the dealer, this was a very strange situation, and I'm not saying the dealer did right, but I'm saying that the dealer could have perceived that this was, because of all the confusion, he did not know, and sort of made it an unclear muck situation. He didn't know what was going on. I'm just saying that may have been what he's thinking, whether it's right or wrong.
Yeah, I'm not going to hold the dealer. I'm not going to fire the dealer.
No. Okay.
Can I just add one thing? Earlier somebody said, Tobias is pushing him to muck. He's pushing him to muck. He wasn't pushing him to muck. He insisted on having his right as a caller that the other player either show his cards. So you could say he was insisting that he showed his cards, in which case Tobias would have lost. He was just insisting on his right at that particular time that the other player either show his cards or muck. And De Wolf could have showed his cards. He chose not to.
If De Wolf had thrown his cards in face down and they had flipped up unintentionally, and now that hand's face up on the table, does that change the situation from the dealer flipping over those cards?
Okay, something new that hasn't been said? Mike? Yep. Something new viewpoint?
All right.
Yeah, I'd like to just kind of get an opinion on what the gentleman said over there, that we all agree that when De Wolf showed a king and declared a king, that the dealer should have told him he needs to table both cards to read the hand. Because at our table, we brought that up, and that there was not unanimous agreement about that. And I'm just wondering, what's the majority opinion here? Is it appropriate for the dealer? And the reasoning was that De Wolf's a big boy, and he should have known to table his cards, and it's not appropriate for the dealer to ask him to turn up. I'm just wondering, what is the opinion?
The other question is, who's angling who? Who's trying to win this pot on an angle? Who's trying to win the pot on an angle?
Last one moment. Is that it?
Okay, go ahead with Mike.
Yes.
It's not an angle?
I think it's inappropriate for the dealer to tell him to turn the hand over, but the appropriate thing for the dealer to say would be, I have not seen a winning hand yet. The dealer telling the player to turn the hand over is...
It takes 2 cards to win or something.
Yeah, it takes 2 cards to win. I have not seen a winner.
So none of you and if I could just add one more thing to that, how long did that whole charade go on? From the time that De Wolf declared and showed a king to the time he actually touched the muck, how much time elapsed? At our table, some people thought 3 or 4 seconds. Anyone time this? 21 seconds. This dealer allowed that charade to go on. So...
No, that's not in the money.
Yeah,
no way. Come on.
They were the mark. He put them in the mark.
I showed the king. This is not the mark. Come on,
the mark.
don't be wrong.
He marked the mark. No question. I would never show my hand.
Come on. I showed the king.
No.
Come on.
And here comes Thomas Spencer.
And I just smacked my head like
At this point, with those cards face up on the table versus this hand, I'm going to get to the king eight. I mean, both cards are face up on the table.
So easily retrievable. That's what's fun. It's so bad. The best hand should
Tobi, heftige Hand, die eben gerade abgegangen ist. Du hast jetzt dich.
Okay. The rest is in German, so if you don't understand German, you're not going to understand.
Hey, Matt.
Okay.
Hey, Matt, would you at least ask the dealer why he did that before you fired him?
And Matt, I want to bring up the issue of, I think this brings up also the issue of when are cards retrievable from the muck. Then if you're saying that the retrievable, I mean, say there was a...
Who's talking?
Right here. All right, Daniel.
Thank you.
So you said in a called hand, you want the best hand to win. If someone, it's up to the player to protect their hand. It's it's a one player to hand rule. Players, if they accidentally muck their hand and it's a winner, and then say the player who made the call shows a hand and the player who was called inadvertently mucks their hand and says, oh wait, I actually have a higher flush than you or not. Is it okay then to reach back in the muck and retrieve it and say, well, this is the best hand, so we want the best hand to win?
No, I had those cards gone in the muck. I'd have no issue with him only showing one, which was obviously the clear best card anyway. I would have no problem with giving it to Tobias if his cards were now mucked and gone. But right. Since they were retrievable, identifiable, and face up on the table when I got to the table, I'm giving it to the best called hand, period. And that's why I would rule it that way, because they were the best cards. And it's the same thing as if we had somebody from behind the rail say, hey, you've got a flush, don't fold your hand, and now the player goes, instead of folding, turns it face up. Okay, it's still more than one player to a hand, but yet his hand is the best hand. Even if he was going to muck it, and he's turned those cards face up, because somebody else has told him it's more than one player to a hand, obviously we remove the player from the rail, or if another player says, hey, you got a flush, don't fold your hand, I'm not going to kill his hand just because another player told him what he had. I'm going to give it to the best hand.
Our group interpreted the burn as part of the muck, so it was a mucked hand and it's dead hand.
Even if he was trying to fold the hand? Even if he was trying to fold the hand, you would still let the player from the rail say, no, don't fold?
What's trying to fold the hand mean?
He threw them in face down. They're flying across the table, and the guy says, no, your cards are good. Get them back.
There is no forward motion that I know of.
Well, or say even just hits some muck. Say they throw their hand, hits some muck, and the player says, oh, you actually have the best hand. Or they realize later on I have the best hand.
And he turns them over and it's the best hand?
And he reaches over to the muck. He grabs out the muck. So it's
not
okay
out of the muck, no.
Huh? But it's retrievable. They know it's on the top of the muck.
The guy sitting next to him does it. Is it still a live hand? He grabs it as they're coming across the table and says, no, they're alive. That's a good hand, man.
In a called pot.
Called pot.
I'm going to give that guy a penalty.
I'm going
to give it to the best hand that's face up on the table and not been in the muck.
No matter who shows it down.
After hitting the muck.
Okay, and for what it's worth, I would not. I would go with the fairness rule. The guy was, if he actually had thrown his cards in, and then someone says, wait, you got a flush, and now he says, oh, and he can reach them, but he has clearly folded them. So I'm going to go with the fairness rule and not give him the pot based on it's more than one player to a rule.
Why is that fair?
Especially if it's hit the muck. It's not just a fair motion.
It's fair because it's one player to a hand.
Right.
And if it's like the Phil Ivey thing. If you overlook your hand, you don't get a second shot at it. Imagine at the final table, when Phil Ivey folded the 8 of spades, if somebody on the rail said, wait, Phil, you have a flush, after he had already, not just because he had him up like here, but he'd already thrown them like that. Just because the dealer now is pushing the pot here and hasn't grabbed those cards and put them in the muck, those are dead.
Okay, so as you can see, these discussions are good because it brings up things you may not have thought of. Sometimes you'll change your mind, sometimes you won't. But anyway, okay, so what we'd like to do now, thank you all for some very brilliant arguments on whatever side you were on. And let's go to page 41. And who had page 41? Which group? Okay, and who is your spokesperson? Okay, so.
All right. What to do with chips of absent players? A player who has not yet arrived, we just blind them off indefinitely. Somebody who no-shows, we blind them off indefinitely. Player on a short personal break, we blind them off. Player on an extended break, we blind them off. Player not back for the next day, we blind him off, and if he makes the money, we hold that money for him. Voluntarily left not to return, we blind him off. Ejected player, we remove the chips, and there will be no refund.
Okay, good. And 1B?
1B, we believe that the TDA should stay away from that. That should be a house rule.
Okay, good enough.
Okay, does anybody disagree? Did anybody disagree with any of those?
Just one comment. A player that's asleep at another hotel casino, TD shouldn't call them and wake them up because they're unfairly influencing the rest of the tournament.
Very good. Okay, good point. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay, and who had page 42?
By the way, just so you guys know, that on the no-shows here at the World Series, they actually pick them up, correct? And they give them a refund. Correct. Only once during the whole series? Okay.
I have a question.
How long do they get was the question.
Yeah, exactly. In other words, if it's basically it's 4 levels plus the breaks. At the end of that time, they are picked up. And the money is refunded one time. That's not to say it wouldn't happen a second time. It just means that you wouldn't be allowed to enter.
Amazing, okay.
You only get to do it once.
Question. Can an empty seat ever win a pot?
No. Can an empty seat ever win a pot?
An empty seat.
What if they're all in the blinds?
They're all in on the blind.
But their hand is there. What if they're all in is the question? No. If they're all in.
All in situations.
All in hands must be tabled.
Their hand is dead if they're not at their seat.
No.
Why?
Why? In an all-in situation, I don't have to be on. I don't have to be at my seat.
You have to be at the table.
Okay. However, I can be all in.
You have to be at the table.
Okay.
No, I got to be there.
Your hand's going to be killed if you're not at the table.
Your hand's going to be killed when
They're going to be turned face up. They're going to be face up.
He was there.
The hand is lying.
We had an incident in the seniors tournament where a person did not return from the break. They were all in on the big blind. Under the gun was had them covered, but not by much. Folded around. The under the gun called. Okay, folded around. The floor came over. Well, the dealer went to muck the hand of the person who was not there in the big blind. The floor came over, said you cannot kill an all-in hand. Played the hand out. It ended up being ace-7 against ace-6. Ace-7, being the absent player, was awarded all the chips. The very next hand, under the gun was now the big blind. They were all in, folded around to me. I called. I ended up winning the hand and eliminating that player. That player was very upset when the supervisor came over and said that the original hand, the prior hand, was a mistake, and the all-in player in the big blind should have been a dead hand, should have been awarded. The player who got eliminated said, well, if I had had both stacks, her original stack and the big blind, they wouldn't have been involved in the hand with me and wouldn't have been eliminated.
Right.
So they didn't. They removed the prior big blinds chips from the tournament.
I don't know, if I was making the ruling, I'd go with the fact that, once the cards are out, if somebody's not there, then his hand is dead. So I would have gone with that. If he's there and he, at the table, then his hand is live, and I would turn it up if it's an all-in situation. So I think there's a distinction.
Okay, just let me add one more thing. I just got one rule real quick that I call the stupidity rule. If the blinds are both not there, it's folded all the way around to the button, and he does not raise or call, and he folds, he does not get the chips, even though he had the last active hand, and I give the small blind to the big blind.
Well, so
Right.
So the button's not there.
No. The small blind and the big blind are not there.
And the button folds.
And the button folds without putting any chips in the pot.
Big blind.
I've seen it happen quite a few times. He's no. I by the way, I just make him put some. I make him put some money in the pot if he folds, because he hasn't put any money in the pot. Huh? Well, that's a good one. Anyway, you do whatever you want with that. I'm going to do it my way. All right, next.
Who had page 42?
The last live hand is going to win the pot.
All right, our group had hand-for-hand situations. Do we stop the clock? We say no. We let it run. Don't advance the level. We don't roll back the clock. Players at another table may call clock on players at another table. Hand-for-hand situations, we don't stop the clock or roll back time.
Amen, brother. Okay. How many of you make some alteration on hand-for-hand to the clock? 2, 3.
You add time back, is that it?
Add time back.
Well, at least you have a procedure. No, I mean, it's a solid procedure, but we're...
Okay, we have a seat opening because Matt just passed away.
Actually, in our group, one of Chris from Mirage, I guess he played in a tournament of Caesars where they, at a time, Chris, you want to kind of elaborate on it?
They use that procedure right there where they stop the clock, and for every hand where there's a flop, they take 2 minutes off the clock, and if there's no flop, they take 1 minute off the clock. So in essence, the clock's actually running, but just it stops the players from monkeying around. Well, I'm going to get to short stack in the big blind, so we're going to wait I'm going to wait 10 minutes on this hand. It just stops that. I liked it the way the tournament went, but it's at Caesars where it was done.
Why do you feel you need to stop the clock at all? Why do you feel that you need to add any time back? Would you say that there's a big difference between 20-minute levels and 2-hour levels when we come to hand-for-hand situations?
Mind if I give my opinions here? Yes. Okay.
We had an incident in an EPT in Deauville where the button lasted.
Hey,
Tim, can we have microphone, please?
The button lasted really, really, really long time on it, and there were hour levels, and Thomas played the level again.
Now, for me, this is my opinion. If your structure is good, if it's sound, okay, it's part of the structure for hand. If it takes a long time, our job is to get the tournament over at some point. Why would you roll back the clock? Okay, now, in the other situation where players may not want to have the clock if I have a big stack and the blinds are higher and people have more pressure on their stack, why would I change the structure for short stacks? Why would I change that structure at all to benefit one group or another? If it's built in where that's where you're going to play, that's what you're going to play for, that's how it's going to be. There are so many people out there that love the bubble time because now this is when they're going to accumulate chips. They don't ever allow a deal, or they never want a deal at that point. I can point to a specific hand at the World Poker Tour at Florida where we were hand for hand for over an hour, and Blair Hinkle, a player, moved all in for the last 12,000 of his chips. At the time, the blinds were 8 and 16,000. It got called, and it got to Blair, and Blair raised it an additional 40,000. Okay, now it gets folded around. Now the players over here are going insane, the ones that called the 12,000. They're asking why would he raise, and I'm saying stop talking about it, play your hand. They both mucked, and then he turned over, deuce, 4-3. Now, the players at the table and the rest of the tournament went insane, and they were yelling, this guy's cheating, he's colluding, he's trying to keep him in the tournament. Why would he do this? His chip count went from 200,000 to 1.4 million on the bubble. Raising every pot, playing every hand is part of his strategy. He wanted that bubble to go on forever. And that's part of his strategy, and that's part of the strategy of a lot of the players out there. Why give an advantage to a short stack at the time of the bubble by rolling back the clock, stopping the clock, and that's just the way I feel about it. I just think there's no reason to ever do that. I think that's part of the tournament, putting pressure on short stacks, trying to get people to go all in, and I just think it needs to, you should go forward with it.
I have a comment. I feel like the not advancing the level is a good medium because I feel like there are people that think that the clock should be rolled back and some people that feel like nothing should be changed like yourself, but I feel like not advancing the level, then you don't have to worry about people stalling the clock for the blinds to go up on a certain person's big blind. If you just say we're going to play this level until the bubble bursts and then advance to that one, I feel like that's a good medium if something needs to be done. I personally, as a player, don't care one way or the other, but I feel like a lot of people do care, and I think advancing the level is the good middle point of all those.
So if there's 30 seconds left in the clock, they stop. If there's 2 hours left, they stop.
They don't stop the clock. The clock keeps running, but you don't advance a level.
Yeah, I understand, but if there's 30 seconds left, that's a big difference than if there's 2 hours left.
Right. I'm saying it's a happy medium for the people that are proponents of something being done and the people that don't think anything should be done.
Okay.
Rob,
before I forget, if you've taken some photos during the summit here, we would appreciate if you would send them to the TDA. Please do that. Thank you.
The problem with not advancing the level is kind of like what Matt was saying. If you get to the bubble time and there's only 3 minutes left on the level and you go, okay, now we're going to play hand for hand. If this takes an hour and a half to play the hand for hand, we've just wasted an hour and 27 minutes of the tournament. That just seems ludicrous to me. If the normal tournament levels are an hour long and there's 55 minutes left, and it takes an hour and a half. Well, you've added 35 minutes to the tournament, and it just doesn't make sense. You advance the levels and you go on as it is. I don't have a problem with maybe 1 or 2 minutes right before the level is going to end, saying we're going to play 2 more hands at this level, just so that you don't stop somebody, or so that you don't have somebody go, well, I'm going to pause, and wait to act on my hand so I don't have to pay the big blind, or so I can get through the big blind, or something like that. If that makes, you know how they do, like at the end of the day, at the World Series, at other places, they draw a number of cards to do that. Does that make sense?
The one thing, man, I'm completely on your side on this. I don't stop the clock and think the level should go up. A happy medium might be what I think they did at Caesars is 1 minute for a non-flop and a 2 minute for a flop. You're still running a clock. It's not as much as we're running it now. But I definitely don't want to see it stopped completely.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The 1 minute, 2 minute thing was the happy medium that we came up with, and it's worked very well.
I'm sure the players like it.
Yes, the players love it.
Okay, what did you decide about can the player at another table call clock in hand for hand? Yes. You decided yes. The group who discussed
right here, Daniel's group.
You said yes. Okay.
And that's the only time in the tournament you feel that should be allowed.
Okay. Great, thank you. Okay,
like
who
that.
had page 43? Okay, and Sam, are you the recorder for your group, or? Okay.
Let's see, on the first one, bets on premature cards, and you gave an example of the dealer fast deals the turn, skipping the last player. Then the first player to act, I guess, on the turn card immediately bets on the premature card. Then skip players then notice what happens to the bet. And the second part of that question, what are the skip players' options? I mean, honestly, if we're coming to the table, we're going to obviously try to get a little bit more information regarding this. But if it's exactly what we read, dealer fast turns and skipping the last player, and then the first person on the turn just immediately ships. We had 5 people on ours that we went for the immediate burn, and it's a burn and turn decision. We had one person in our group that would would kill the hand, kill the unnoticed player's hand, and the card plays. But it's one of those things where you sometimes have a fast dealer. I know a couple of dealers that would overlook the button thinking seat 8 was the last act on the flop. And in literally 3 seconds, she can burn turn, and first player just auto ships on the turn. And I don't think that first player, the unnoticed player had an opportunity to act on his hand. By that time, once he sees the auto ship, he's going, well, wait, I never got a chance to act on my hand. And the consensus, at least 5-1, believes that a burn and turn decision is in order in this spot.
Do we want, as the TDA, to implement procedures for dealer training that tapping the table prior to turn, to really making that a bigger part of the game, where you don't just tap play, turn, but you tap and you take a reasonable amount of time. I don't mean to slow down the game, but to stop the fast dealing, because when I used to deal, I was pretty fast too, but the one thing where I slowed things down was when the action was complete, I would tap the table, because that way, if your dealer's doing that properly, that gives the players who are involved in the hand or at the table a chance to say, wait, stop, because you've, and I don't mean just pity-patting it with a finger. I mean tapping it, not loud enough to knock people's chips over, but loud enough that it gets their attention that the turn card's about to come out. Gives players a chance to say something, and then that maybe makes it more contributory negligence when the turn comes out that they did not take due diligence. They got a chance to see that card before saying, wait, I didn't do anything, and they're getting 2 shots at it.
And Jan, that point was brought up in our group, and I think that would be a major factor if that was revealed that the dealer did tap or not, or wrap his rack, that he gave the unnoticed player an opportunity to announce, hey, I have a hand. It's my turn to act at that point, and that would be a major factor, obviously, in our decision.
No, but if there was better instructions given to dealer, you're never getting consistency on any of these things. But that's one area where we can treat our staff better.
It's up to each property to train their dealers, and let's hope they do. Okay. And so, what about number 2?
Number 2, on the disordered stub, what happens if a stub is accidentally dropped and scrambled when more cards remain to be dealt? It was pretty much a consensus on our group that we need to, we're going to be called to the table, we're going to apologize at that point, and we're going to have to move on with the hand. We're going to try to reconstruct the stub as best we can. We're going to do the shuffle box, or scramble shuffle box, and we're going to proceed with the deck. We're not going to say effing cut, like Susie suggested. Box, effing cut, scramble, let's go. Verbatim. But,
and number 3? Okay. Number 3, what did you decide?
We were completely disordered board cards. What happened if the board cards are accidentally scrambled so they're not 100% identifiable and memory of what they were isn't reliable? If it happens during a betting round and no one can remember what the cards were, the group agreed that we would just foul the hand, return all bets, and we would replay the hand. If it's a different at the showdown at that particular point, it was completely split 3-3. At the showdown, obviously before the board before the board is mucked, I mean, I think the dealer had to have awarded the pot to at some point to somebody. And if no one on the table can tell me where, what the board cards are, including the dealer, I'm going to go what the dealer originally did and award the pot to that one player that he started pushing the pot to. 3 people, I mean, half our group wanted to to split the pot. Half our group wanted to split the pot if no one could put the board cards, could not identify the board cards at that point. So, I mean, it was pretty split.
Half wanted to split it, and what did the other half want?
Wanted to just, you're a TD, make a ruling, award the pot to somebody at that point. I mean, like I said, if it happens at the showdown,
how would you award it?
How would you award it?
I mean, if it happens at the showdown, I mean, didn't the dealer push it to somebody at that point? I mean, wasn't there a winner? I mean, the dealer doesn't normally just kills the board and didn't award the pot to somebody at the showdown, right? I mean, or is that not what the question's asking?
I think the question was, you come up to the table and the flop has been put into the muck and people have hands. How do you...
On the flop, if they're still consistent, and on the betting rounds, we believe that we should foul the hand and move on.
The flop cards, the 5.
The board cards. So the pot hasn't been awarded yet.
Right.
We don't know what the winner is.
Right.
Whoa.
That's what we're asking.
Yeah, board is gone.
So I actually like to split the pot.
Thank you. I was right. Sam is wrong.
I guess, based on that, maybe the split pot decision is not necessarily a bad decision, but I'm just on the premise that there has to be a winner.
Yeah.
But
I don't know how else you'd handle it. I'm not a proponent of.
I'm not. I wouldn't be happy with that, honestly, making that ruling. Obviously.
I don't see what else you could do.
Yeah, it's at that point, Sam, you've gone to that 1% of the time that it's the worst of all evils, but it's the only one available to you. Really, at that point.
I just don't want to go to that 3-6 live game ruling. Let's just chop the pot and let's move on. I just don't want to get there, but it sounds like that's where you need to go.
And drug test the whole table.
I don't want to be.
That's right.
I don't want to have to bring back the flop and turn a river. If it's aces versus kings all in free flop, I don't want to have to not give a result. I don't think that's fair to the players.
How do you know there wasn't a king out there?
You could figure out if
in
there was
that
a king out there.
situation they would pretty much know whether or not the aces won.
Matt, that's a pretty extreme example there.
Yeah.
That's pretty extreme.
Yeah, can't imagine.
Rule number 1 applies at that point.
Yeah. Okay, page 44. What team? What group? Okay. I'm not sure I even understand the question of the first one. 150-300, and you raise with a $500 chip.
So we took it as the blinds were 150-300, and the player takes a single 500 chip, throws it in the pot, and says raise. Or says raise as he's throwing the chip in the pot. We went to rule number 31 on that one, which states that a raise must be at least the size of the largest previous bet or a raise of the current betting round. If a player puts in a raise of 50% or more of the previous bet, but less than the minimum, he or she must make the full raise. So we took that as, since the blinds were 153, it's more than 50%, the 500, the minimum raise is 600.
Okay, good. And missing ante?
Missing antes, we would try to come to the table and figure out if there was any way possible. Does anybody know that they were short? If everybody says, no, there's no way, we all anteed, come on, let's quit being nitty, deal the hand, let's go on. Let's not waste time.
Okay, so
there's nothing we can do.
And tell the dealer to pay attention.
Tell the dealer for sure to pay attention the next time they bring in.
Definitely in this day and age of no limit hold'em, we should have instructions to our dealers about the correct way to collect antes. When I see dealers, collecting this one, or taking in a $100 chip on a quarter ante, meaning to go back and make change later, there's one correct way to do antes. You collect one side, you collect the other side. If there's an oversized chip, you collect around it till you have the change, and then you make the change before you drag the chip in. If we instruct the dealers and put that in your notes, it's going to make it a lot easier. Dealers don't deal ante games all that often anymore. Well, I guess with the no-limit tournaments they do, but they need to learn the correct way to collect antes, and the majority of dealers do not do it correctly. So that's a procedural issue that needs to be addressed in each house.
Of course, but if the case does come up, instead of wasting a lot of time, we're just going to move on with the tournament.
Yeah. Okay. And number 3, let's read this one. Uncalled bet of mucked hands. Player A bets and B folds. A then mucks irretrievably, thinking that he hasn't been called. But C does have cards. Does C get A's uncalled bet if he can cover it, or is it returned to A?
I actually had this in my tournament last week, and I sent Matt a Twitter on this one. I don't know if, Matt, you remember that. But so player A is in the pot. He bets. B folds, doesn't realize that C is in the pot. He then mucks his cards irretrievably. I made the ruling that the hand was dead, that he cannot have claim to the pot, but that he could receive his 4,000 bet back. There was no action taken on the bet of player A, so I gave him his bet back.
And you gave the rest of the pot to C.
And I gave the rest of the pot to C.
Okay. All right. And what if C says call after A mucks, but before the muck is recognized, if that's possible? I don't even know what that means.
I don't think that's possible, actually. I mean, you have to either say that he took the action on it or he didn't, and you have to come to just a definite answer. If he's mucked his hand before the action, I'm going to give the bet back. If he says it before the hand was mucked, of course, he's going to win the pot. I mean, he's going to get the full.
Okay, thank you. Page 45. Who's got that one?
We have that one over here. All-in buttons. Does TDA advocate the use of all-in buttons? Although I personally have never used them, everybody in my group said yes.
Everybody
that seems like a good idea.
Everybody say yes.
So.
Okay. And before you go on, the way to do it is to have them in the rack so that the dealer throws them out. They made the mistake here a few years ago when they introduced them of giving them to the players to throw in. It didn't work out, so now they're not using them anymore. But they really are very, very good, very effective. And if you don't have all-in buttons, you really should. It takes away a lot of our.
Although I've never used them, I think I do agree that they're probably a good idea.
When you use an all-in button for the like the three of you who maybe don't, when you use an all-in button, you avoid a lot of potential decisions that are going to be really difficult. If somebody says all-in and the dealer acting correctly throws out that disc that's this big that says all-in that's bright red, and then the player who's got the headphones on and he's talking to the waitress puts out $4 when it's, a $40,000 bet. He says, oh, well, I didn't know. Well, guess what? There's a disc this big on the table that says all in bright letters. You just called the bet. I mean, it really makes your decisions a lot less and a lot easier. So if you don't use all-in buttons, get them. And don't buy the ones that are the size of a quarter. Buy the ones that are as big as a dealer button. Buy the ones that players can see and they can't say, oh, I didn't know. Well, then you shouldn't be playing this game if you didn't see that button.
Okay, number 5.
Number 5, fold when facing no action. Is a fold when facing a check binding? Yes. Is it penalizable as soft play? Yes. What if big blind folds on his option when there's no pre-flop raise? Binding and penalizable. Is out of turn fold binding? Again, yes. Also penalizable. I think we all agreed that it should never the dealer should never give a player his hand back if he's trying to fold. However, it's action out of turn and he can be penalized. Dealer brings in bets. Player A bets 25,000. B raises to 80,000. So dealer removes 25s from both players, leaving a $55 raise in front of B. Is this proper? We were divided pretty much 50-50. I say personally that dealer should never touch the bets until the action is complete, unless a player says, bring them in, or how much is it?
Real quick, this is the one thing I really, really wanted to bring up at this summit. I've been waiting for this to actually come about. And I want feedback on this. I think that this is what's happening, and I'm seeing it more and more. Player A bets, player B pushes all in, and player A tanks. So now the dealer's sitting there, a few minutes go by, and then all of a sudden the dealer decides, bring in the original bet. And I'm like, to me, this induces the other player who hasn't asked for a count, he hasn't asked for the bet to be brought in, and I really think this needs to be addressed. And it needs to be addressed, and it needs to be because it's taken me out of tournaments. I've seen it take other players out of tournaments, and I don't know how you guys all feel about it, but I really want to see this put into procedure. Dealers need to, my personal opinion is, if it's a heads-up situation, especially in a heads-up situation, leave it alone. When somebody pushes their stack in, just leave it alone. Don't pull. Right, until, right. Matt?
Yeah, I mean, this years ago, I mean, maybe a few years ago it's two. I was always advocate of the dealers pulling it in, but the game has changed. The game has changed drastically, in my opinion. A couple years ago, you would never see anybody min raise. Now it is standard to see people min raising, and obviously when the dealer's involved in the pot, pulling out and taking away the raise amounts, it really could influence the action. If a player out there sees that the bet is only a small amount, they may make the call. So as little dealer interaction as possible, I think, is what we'd like to get to. That's been brought up to me by a lot of players. They don't want to see the dealers touching that, and they think that it causes mistakes and that other issues happen. So I don't do that in any of my tournaments. I don't have the dealers bring the bets in unless asked, and not until then.
Asked by who?
Asked by the player that's in the pot.
You have to be in the pot to ask?
Okay,
Yeah.
we have yes. A player should not be asking until it's their turn to act. Right? Everybody agrees with that?
Right.
Okay.
Because it still influences the action.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Even if they're in the hand.
Okay.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Is anybody still having the dealers bring in the chips? Okay. Is there any way you can? I mean, this is not going to be a TDA rule, but we would strongly encourage you. Well,
why couldn't it be a TDA rule?
Well, it could be, but I mean,
Dealers will not bring in bets unless asked.
we can. I mean, we have never put dealing procedures in, but
It's not a phrase, it's a rule.
okay.
I am a fan of that, and believe me that the players will respond with applause.
All right. Okay, so we'll.
Unless asked by the acting player. Mike, you got that? Hold. Okay. If you have several players all in, there should not.
Well, there's no. That's not what we're talking about.
But since you brought it up, if there's three players all in, I don't want the dealers touching any of the chips either way. I want them putting out the flop, turn, and river, and the player with the biggest stack wins, push the pot, and then
a lot of time is wasted making side pots that don't need to be made. If you've got players all in, leave the chips alone, deal the cards, and when you see that the guy who has this many chips wins, push him the pot. Don't start doing high math, 275 and 14, 20, and all this goofy stuff. Deal the cards, and then right to not touch the chips even in an all-in situation. Okay, so we will write up some. So you guys are all okay with making the rule that dealers are not to bring in the bets or make a count of the raise amount until they are asked by the player whose action it is.
Yes, I think the dealers should never announce the amount of the bet unless it's an oversized chip for a less amount. Otherwise, the dealer should just keep their mouth shut unless somebody asks them to bring it in or.
And they also should simply say the word raise.
Yes.
And until they're asked how much the raise is, because maybe the bet is thousands and you've made your raise with $25 chips and it looks like a massive quantity, but you've really only raised it, 2.1 times the bet. Until you're asked the amount, the dealer remains silent. The word is raise.
I agree.
I got a mic.
Jen, I agree with that unless it's for a lesser amount of a single oversized chip. If the player throws out a 5,000 chip, says raise to 3,500, I don't think the dealer should just point at the 5,000 chip and say raise, because otherwise it would be assumed that it would be a raise of the full amount. I think the dealer should say raise 3,500 total. Just because it's a single oversized chip. If it's a normal chips placed in the pot of a large denomination, I don't think the dealer should say the amount by any means. They should just say the word raise. If the chips are the correct
So you're
value
saying
of the bet.
if the raise is if the bet is 5,000 and somebody raises it 3,500 more and he's all in, is that
No. What I'm saying is, let's say the blinds are, let's say they're 500 and 1,000,
Okay.
and the player throws out a single 5,000 chip and says 3,500. I think the dealer should say raise 3,500.
Yeah,
they should state because it's
because we're talking a single oversized chip, so it's an unclear bet. The dealer must say 3,500.
Yeah,
That's correct.
otherwise
And
the action behind him gets
I also
scrambled.
gave something to Matt about that goes along these lines. I've been seeing a lot of players do this lately where if the blinds are like 100, 200, they say raise 350 and throw out a $500 chip along with two $25 chips. So the
to
bet
make the change easier.
They're trying to make the change easier, and that's their intentions. Their intentions are to try to help. But now the bet looks incorrect. If the player didn't hear 350 said on the other end of the table, the bet looks like it's 550, and that causes mistakes.
And that actually goes back to the cash game
Saying
back
if it
when
was
you were
1
playing
and 200.
30-60, when people would throw out $110 or something, to make change easier.
But you said if the blinds were 1 and 200 and somebody said raise 350 and threw out 550?
If they say raise to 350 or they say 350 and then they throw out 550. Yes, the bet's 350, but I just would like to see a dealing procedure done as the dealers push back the 50 and change, leave the single oversized chip in the pot, and say the bet's 350. That's exactly what I'm saying. When action is totally complete and the player wants to help make it easier on the dealer to make the change and give them back two black chips instead of the odd change, when action is complete, that's fine to put the extra chips in and help the dealer make the change. But just at the time of the bet, they shouldn't throw out 550 and say 350, if that's what I'm getting at. Is that something that we could put into procedures?
If the blinds are 150, 300, and a person says raise 7 and throws out a $1,000 chip, is it to 700 or is it to 1,000?
I think that's not quite what I was getting at. What I'm getting at is the chips laying on the table should look as much like the bet that is stated as possible.
Even if it's an oversized chip. It's better to have one oversized chip there, have a $1,000 chip there for a $750 bet than a $1,050 there for a $750 bet.
Of course, and I think that's a procedure that I wish we could get in our book so that players will stop doing it and dealers will stop doing it. I know when I've dealt, I've always pushed back the change and then said the bet is whatever the lesser amount is so that it looks as much correct as possible. Because when I play, if I see a single chip out there that's an oversized chip, I'm going to ask what the bet is. But if I see that it's 1,050 because it's got a yellow chip and two green chips, I'm going to assume the bet is 1,050, and there's no reason for me not to assume that it's 1,050. It also opens up angles. That's why I think that you should just leave a single oversized chip there, and the dealers should participate in that because players nowadays are throwing out 1,050 and saying make it 750. No, but I'm going to ask the dealers as a procedure to throw back the chips.
I'm not asking for you guys to write dealer procedures, and the only thing that I think what we're asking for is because what John said as far as throwing out an oversized chip but staying, like let's say you throw out 5,000 but you're declaring your bet at 3,000, that's not the same as somebody betting and somebody pushing. I haven't declared anything. And then the dealer taking money off of my pot and money off of, I think you are getting into dealer house procedures and different procedures. What I want to see done, and I think, Jan, that you understood what I was saying, is I just want to get the rule out there that in an all-in situation, when another player has not asked for a count, leave it alone. Just however we can put that as simple as possible.
Right.
Don't complicate it. Like I understand where John's coming from, but that's a house that those go into dealer.
Right, that's a procedure.
Yeah.
Should be a rule.
Right, thank you.
I think the dealer should only say the same thing that the player says. So if a player say a number, the dealer say a number. If a player say nothing, the dealer say raise. It doesn't care if it is one chips or many chips, because I can move a lot of chips and say 3,500, and maybe there are only 2,000 in my chips. So the dealer should say 3,500, not say raise. But if the players say nothing and move chips, only say raise.
Well, I'm sure some of these procedural issues do not need to be on the TDA rules, because TDA rules are also of great interest to the players. But I would like to see maybe in the future TDA rules and the TDA procedure recommendations for tournament directors. That and many other things are a good thing to have in recommended procedures.
We actually had that on the forum for a while. We may return to that. We did, in fact, do that for everything: breaking tables, color-ups, seating assignment, setup tasks. The whole thing was there. If you feel like that's a valuable tool, there's no reason why we can't reach out to you guys to send us some information. We'll put it on the website. We'll do a little editing.
We have some. Steve Z just sent in a 2-page thing of dealing procedures. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's some of the things that we use already, but in addition, there's some good ones on there that he's seen over the last few weeks here that he would like to have official dealer procedures. So I'll send that out to the list.
Okay.
How we move a player. A lot of these rules are procedures. How you move a player from the big blind to the worst position. That's a procedure. It's not really a rule. It's not saying you can't do one way or another. It's a procedure. We have a lot of procedures.
And that's why it's easy for us to write suggested dealer procedures or suggested tournament procedures in the way that you set up your events. And
that's why I feel that what Amanda said about leaving the chips in front and not messing around with them when it's heads up and they're all in.
Yeah, I'm not
That's
sure
a procedure, but it's also why
could
could it not be part of our rule book and our procedures? We have a lot of procedures in our rule book already.
Yeah, do we want to move any portion of this to the tournament rules themselves, or do we want to maintain the idea that these are dealer procedures?
I think when we get to it, we'll go. The one about the dealers
not
breaking the chips down.
Not breaking
That's
the chips.
That's going to become a rule.
And only the other player.
Only the player facing the action.
Only the player facing the action can ask how much is there. Okay. I know what happens is in these small events, the dealers have a tendency. Because they're speeding things up, especially in the live action, because it's their living. The more hands they get out, the better. So what happens is that interprets into a very poor procedure that happens to your local tournaments, especially, let's say 10 tables or under, where the dealer automatically breaks down any all-in circumstance. Please stop them from doing that if they do that in your events.
Okay.
Moving along.
Did anybody have page 46? I'm not sure if I gave. Okay. So.
Who has that?
So we have that back here.
Okay.
So for the first rule, we agreed basically with what the WSOP is currently doing, where action out of turn is binding only if it's still valid action when it catches up to the out of turn player. However, one of the things DC mentioned that they do in Brazil, which I think was a great thing, was immediately when a player acts out of turn, they finish out the hand and then they receive a 3-hand penalty for acting out of turn. He says they only act out of turn once.
Ooh, so an automatic penalty for an action out of turn. I don't know that 3 hands is good, but some consequence for action out of turn.
Well,
we want to entertain that?
We found out that 1-hand penalty is not a penalty at all, and round may be too harsh for new players, but 3 hands is just we found out to be just about the right amount. People get really paying attention.
Are you very black and white about that? The reason I'm asking is because because of where some players hold their cards and whatnot. I mean, I know I've been guilty of acting out of turn. Certainly wasn't a shot.
No, it's not, of course, written in stone. We actually allow some flexibility to the floor personnel.
Because sometimes you can act out of turn, and you clearly did not. This guy has his chips like this, and his cards are behind you. You know, whether the dealer said 4 players in the pot or not, you physically can't see those cards, or he's got them covered.
Yeah, when those kind of situations happen, we also allow the floor people to be more flexible. But if it was all the cards on the table are visible and the player wasn't paying attention, he was listening to very loud music and he acted out of turn, he will receive 3 hand penalty.
Should, yeah. Turn off the headphones if you can't play.
Number 2?
So for number 2, yes, folding out of turn is binding. Regardless of the action, because what the dealer should be doing in a perfect world, which we all know it's not, but in a perfect world, the dealer, if somebody folds, they should immediately be taking those cards and put them in the muck regardless of the action. Correct. And we also felt that in line with number 1, where the action out of turn incurring a penalty, same thing in DC does the same thing with folding out of turn. In the instance most common, player has to use the restroom, they fold out of turn, they automatically receive that 3-hand penalty because that's intended folding out of turn action.
How do you handle it then when the clock is at 8 seconds and we know we're not going to get another hand out, so everybody leaves to go beat the line? Are you going to give them all a penalty? How do you I mean, I've seen it where there's been a mass exodus where 7 people at the table are guilty of that.
Yeah, when it comes to the breaks, it's hard to control when you have 50 or 60 tables. We like to speak on the microphone to everybody. Please finish the hands. If you leave before finishing the hand, you may incur a penalty. We usually like to talk that sometimes you can't enforce it on all tables. We just don't have enough floor people to do that. But we enforce it whenever possible.
Correct. And we weren't suggesting a clear all, this is just the way it is every single time. Simply adding to why we agree with the rules and things that we do to make sure the players abide by those rules.
Okay, can the action change for one but not for all? I think we need to read this one because I'm not sure I understand it. Action on A, the action's on A, and B bets 1,000 out of turn, and C raises out of turn to 3,000. So the action backs up, and now A bets 1,000, and B calls 1,000. Has the action changed to C? If not, must he raise to 3,000?
We felt that it did not change in the fact that his 3,000 raise was still going to stand, simply because his intent was to raise off of a $1,000 bet. He was still raising off of that $1,000 bet.
Except that C didn't really raise out of turn because he reacted to B's bet. He was the next player to act, so he's really not out of turn.
Correct. Well,
but that we're talking about is C held at the 3,000. C didn't do anything wrong.
B bet out of turn.
B bet out of turn, causing C to then act.
Well, and then this would probably fall back to the new, or the 2 actions with chips rule, where A would have no recourse. A would only have the option to call
the 3
or fold.
Right, you can't.
They wouldn't be able to go back and say, well, I want to make it 5,000.
Right, he can't check raise them at this point.
Correct. So, in our opinion, C is still obligated to the $3,000, and the action to C had not changed.
But we're not backing up the action to A. We're letting A respond to B and C's action in a non-aggressive manner only.
Correct.
So you wouldn't let this scenario happen?
Right, fold or call.
You would not let this scenario happen where A now has an opportunity to bet because B and C
Right, you're not taking away what B and C did and going back and saying, A, what do you want to do? A can now only respond to the most recent action to him and only in a non-aggressive action. He can fold or he can call.
That is correct. He does not, he lost the option to raise. He or she lost the option to raise.
He lost the option to be aggressive.
Correct, when he did not protect his own hand.
He's lost his option to act aggressively. It's not a dead hand. Substantial action does not mean a dead hand to the player who didn't act.
Well. All right, thank you. And did you do number 4 as well? I didn't tell you. I didn't tell you to do that.
We did not do number 4.
All right. Did somebody have page 47? Okay. All right, so let's make sure we understand what's our okay. All right. So if skipped player allows 3 players to act before calling attention, he may lose the right to act. In an email, Bob Schiffone clarified he means lose the right to take aggressive action, not a dead hand. Does the TDA agree with this standard of substantial action for a skipped player? If not, what is better? What did you decide?
We decided that after all the discussion the other day of what was substantial action, we spent another 5 minutes discussing what we considered to be substantial action, that failure to act without aggressive action, we wouldn't kill the hand in this situation, and that the player would lose his right to aggressive action but could call or fold.
Okay. Going back a step, is there anybody here who thinks that when you've been skipped and there's been substantial action that the hand should be killed?
Yes.
Like 3 people?
No.
Okay, so I don't mean to be disrespectful, but with only 3 people in this group, I don't think that that's significant. We've already taken away their opportunity to be aggressive. I'm sorry? I can't hear you.
No, I think the question is pre-flop. If we allow, let's say, 4 actions to occur behind us, do we still have a live hand in this? And so we're back to addressing the question, is there a time that there's a dead hand?
We discussed that eventuality when we were discussing page 47. If a player fails to act with money committed to the pot before him, so if they fail to take an action that requires them to place chips in the pot, and then 2 people, or the substantial actions takes
so
place
that he has an
behind
opportunity
them,
to see that there's no raise behind him.
Then their hand is mucked. It's like they would have mucked it to the bet in front of them.
But you're
But
saying
if
that
it's
if he's
checked
facing
to
a bet-
them and they've not acted on no aggressive action in front of them, and then action takes place behind, they are limited to calling the action behind them on that betting round.
So there's a difference with the skip player if he's facing aggressive action versus passive action.
Exactly.
If he's facing passive action, his hand should not be killed.
No, we consider if he's facing passive action, then his failure to act is in fact just a check.
Right, and so, but he also loses his opportunity to check raise or have aggressive action,
Yes.
or to re-raise. However, if he is facing aggressive action and lets the action pass him, with the substantial action being beyond him, not in front of him, the in front of him doesn't count. But if too aggressive, it'll have to be aggressive actions because he's already facing a bet. If he allows 2 actions then to pass him, then does he have
It's like he would have folded to the bet in front of him.
Right, and then-
so in that case, the hand is killed. But you don't, out of just exactly kill somebody's hand if they miss their turn and action has taken place.
And 2 actions beyond him would consist of a call or a raise and another call or raise, not a call and a fold or a raise and a fold.
Yes.
There'd have to be 2 money in the pots behind him, and that for the hand to be dead. Does that make sense, Mike?
That's the way we discussed
that's where you're
it.
going with it.
Yeah, if a player's, say, asleep at the switch and it's check, and he doesn't react to it and it goes check behind him, you're not going to kill his hand.
Right.
He had nothing, no action to take
action on or put money in the pot with?
You're not going to kill his hand at some point when
if it's checked around and there's no substantial action from it, if they do not have to react to chips committed to the pot, then you take their lack of action as a check.
Okay, let's go back to the pre-flop question. In the event that I'm under the gun and I allow 3 players to act behind me by somehow making a bet here, at what point have I surrendered my right to act on my hand?
At that pre-flop, there are in fact chips committed to the pot in front of you by virtue of the small and big blind.
Correct.
So your failure to act with substantial action behind you, as we have defined it at this summit.
2 people, right?
Yes. Then means your hand is folded because you have not reacted in time to.
Two money in the pot,
Two money in the pot.
2 full folds behind.
Well, no. Our definition of substantial action was 2 money in the pots or 3 non-aggressive acts like fold or check.
Exactly. I just want to make a point. There is a point that you can have a dead hand as a result of not acting.
Yes, but it's only a dead hand if you don't act in turn properly with action required by you, i.e. put chips in the pot or fold.
No. Yes. 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 Yeah.
Okay. Who had page 48? Okay, Leon?
I have killed
Microphone?
I don't know if I can hear you in the back.
I have killed a person's hand after he's let the entire round complete, pre-flop.
Yeah.
So under the gun, and then this big blind checks his option, I've killed his hand. But unless the next round has been delivered, I'm not going to kill the hand. I'll just take away the aggressive action. But that's the old rule, right? Once the next round has been delivered, so substantial action has taken place, and the next round has been delivered, that's when I'm going to kill his hand.
Wait a minute.
I'm pre-flop. Right. So basically, if you I'm not going to kill his hand just if substantial action has taken place. That's a little harsh. I will take away his aggressive action, but once the next round is delivered, he does have a dead hand. So I'm not going to bring back the flop because he hasn't acted.
Wait, I'm not sure. So you're not saying that if someone bets and it's my turn to call and I don't do anything and it gets called, fold behind, because there's no flop, you're going to let me call now at this point?
I'm going to not take away. I'm going to take away your aggressive action, but let you call.
But you are going to let me call after
Yes.
I've let 5
but
people act behind me?
I have killed a guy's hand after he lets the entire round act pre-flop. Basically, everybody folds and the small blind calls and the big blind checks, and he hasn't acted yet. I'm just going to kill his hand. So basically, there's kind of a gray area in this particular area. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the gray area you're talking about, because if I'm under the gun and I don't react to the big blind, and then it goes call, everybody from the next table calls, and I don't do anything, I've gained an awful lot of information. I now know that I can call and I'm not going to get raised because everybody at the table has acted.
You're going to let him call in that spot?
Well, we use a kind of a unwritten guideline, like four aggressive actions. Then I'm going to consider killing his hand. But if 2 people fold or 3 people fold, does this guy deserve to get his hand killed? Because 3 people fold quickly?
Yes, we just established that's the criteria, is how many actions are substantial, and in this case, if you've given up your right. In my opinion, yes. For instance, let's just run 2 scenarios. One, I'm under the gun, and I check, and the player next to me bets. I really think that's wonderful if I find out that I only have to play against one other player when it gets back to me.
You said you check. You mean you don't do anything?
I don't do anything. I'm sorry, I don't do anything, and I let the player next to me act, and he bets the minimum bet or raise, whatever it is, and everybody folds around. At that point, the second time that there's the second person that folds, I needed to say, hold it, it's my turn. If I didn't say that and protect my right to act, then as far as I'm concerned, you've surrendered it and have a dead hand as a result. And that should be consistent. There is no time should I be able to find out that the entire whatever the entire field is going to do, as Jan pointed out. Whether there could be 5 players after me, 2 of them fold, 1 of them calls, I now know that I'm up only against 3 players. You can't let that happen. That's
where I would let the person take not an aggressive action, call the big blind.
But calling is still a tremendous advantage. I now know, without having to do anything, how many players I'm going to have in the spot.
But there are situational things. I'm under the gun. Cocktail waitress just dropped me my drink. I'm handing her $1. This guy folds out of turn, and it's a rapid fire that just goes fold, fold, fold.
I know. The responsibility is for me to say, hold it, my turn. If I don't do that within a specified time, and of course you still have that latitude, again, the leeway to say, wait a minute, they can't flash, they can't speed check you without you saying as a tournament director, stop. All right, in this instance, because of the manner in which these guys check behind you, I'm going to restore your ability to act on your hand. But for the most part, we've already established that 2 money actions or 3 non-money actions, you have to do something and make that determination. Which in this case,
the action out of turn slides.
Which is probably not a bad play.
Okay, in the interest of time here, a lot of these things out of turn action we've already discussed. So we do want to save a little bit of time for some procedural stuff. So if you don't mind, I think we're going to skip the out of action turn slides.
54.
And let's go to page 54, Matt. You said? Clarify what? Substantial action we have determined as a group will be 2 actions that involve placing chips into the pot, okay, that bet raise, bet call, something like that, or 3 of any type of action.
I don't really want to get into those either.
Check, 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 fold, fold, fold.
I vote we skip 54 also, or 53.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing the question.
Or is his hand dead? The hand is dead.
I'm sorry, I still didn't hear.
Does he lose it?
The conclusion of that, once we've established the substantial action, what happens to the player? His hand is dead or he loses aggressive action?
Well, you're looking at 2 situations. No? Well, answer the question.
Could I add one thing to that? The confusion of it is that if what we're saying, if we would adopt it that way, is we're saying that, okay, there's been substantial action occurred if there's 3 of anything or if there's 2 with chips. But then if we then go on and say, okay, if there's 1 type of substantial action, the guy just can't take aggressive action. Whereas if there's another kind of substantial action, the hand is dead. I think that's kind of that's getting a little. Yeah, I mean that's what you said. If there's 2, no. Okay, all right. But if the guy's facing action, you're saying, right? Okay, but if he's facing either way, the hand is dead then. Right. If there's okay, my mistake. Yeah. Got it. But is this going to be adopted as a rule, or have we gotten to that point with it?
I think the question is on if the player is facing aggressive action, and then there's substantial action behind, then his hand is dead. Whereas if he's not facing aggressive action and there's substantial action after, then it's considered that he can still call or fold.
The problem in part 2 of what you're saying is that if he's not facing aggressive action and the action passes him, he can always say, I checked. So you're never going to win that one by making a rule that he has a dead hand. Right. Because his response is always going to be, oh, well, I did check. So, I'm not sure what we do with the other. I think there, again, it's going to be some latitude depending on the situation. I mean, are you talking somebody like my father who doesn't ever know that the action's up to him, but he's 88, so you cut him some slack? Or is it a rounder who knows exactly I think you have to are you at a $30 weekly tournament or are you in a World Series tournament? I think there has to be some judgment. So maybe we can't make a rule. Maybe we can make the rule that you've definitely lost your right to aggressive action and your hand may be dead. Does that work? That 100% you've lost your right for aggressive action and your hand may be dead.
Jan, can I say something?
Sure.
As far as the substantial action, When a player is skipped, there's two things I want to bring out. Number one, what happened to the dealer that he missed this player? And when a player gets skipped and the substantial action began beyond the player that was skipped, isn't it the player that initiates the bet after the skipped player that is wrong because he's betting out of turn? Why was the player skipped? Why was that player skipped? How can you kill a player's hand?
But there's a lot of reasons a player can be skipped. Maybe.
Okay, but player A bets, player B is skipped. Player C is now the offending player because he's betting out of turn.
What if player C can't see player B's hand?
Well, the dealer then should speak up and say, wait a minute, the bet's not yours, it's
we
here.
Can't put this back on the dealer because we know that dealers are not consistent.
I also don't think you can kill a player's hand until the next round begins. If a dealer burns and turns a card and that player has not acted, then it's too late. His hand is dead.
Okay,
but beyond that, I think he should be able to act without aggressive action.
If we're going to kill the player's hand after the burn and turn, then we've almost eliminated the need for a rule for a premature burn and turn because we've made it so that can't happen.
The player completely skipped a street of betting. He's not entitled to see a hand without having paid for it.
No,
There's a big difference. If you burn and turn, that betting round is completed.
If he's a player who's in the middle of the action, yes, his hand is going to be dead. But if he's the last player to act and hasn't acted, and the dealer goes boom, boom, and puts the card out, he didn't have a chance to stop the action. So the cards have to come back.
We're not talking about the last player to act. We're talking about a player that was skipped. We're talking about substantial action that occurred.
He has to stop the action at some point in order to protect his right to have a hand. The onus is on the player. You can't put this on the dealer.
I don't believe the hand should be dead unless if the dealer burns and turns and starts the next betting round.
Okay, then that can be your rule. Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm just saying, in a full table, if there's 10 players, player A bets, B is skipped.
Okay, we've already made the substantial action, and I hate to cut you off, but I want to get to some new things if we can. Now, at this point, we're going to skip the rest of the pages. I think it's just important that you guys had discussions that were really good. In past TDA Summits, we have had some very brilliant suggestions that have really helped us all. Just things like somebody, I think it was 4 years ago, came up with the fact that they use an all-in button, and all of us went, wow, what a cool concept. Most of us, okay? Other things that we've had is, we used to all high card at every table, and somebody, I don't know who it was, came up and said, well, I just high card at one table, and then we use that everywhere, and we all went, wow, okay. Years ago, believe it or not, for you young tournaments directors, years ago, what they used to do when they did the chip race is whoever had the high card got all the chips, instead of, and I wrote about it. I said, well, why is he getting all the chips? Why don't we, give a maximum of one chip, to each player? And because it was almost like winning the tournament in the old days. If you had the high card, you might double your stack or something by winning the chip race. So these are things that through discussion we've all gone, wow, why didn't we see that? So is anybody doing anything really brilliant? I guess what I'm saying. So something that we want that will help each other. Sandy,
give us something, Sandy.
Give her a mic. Who's got the mic?
She's going to give us something brilliant. It's on you, Sandy. Or not being brilliant.
I heard something today which I thought was great.
Okay.
One of the people in our group said that they don't use an all-in button, which we do, but when the player goes all in, they turn in their seeding card. And then if there's a side pot, they use their seeding card to mark.
But a lot of places, the dealer has the seeding card, not the player.
Oh, well, I just thought that was a great idea.
I've seen that used before. The back side of the seat card says all it. Yeah. But the majority of places have the seat card in the dealer.
In the rack, I think. So.
Otherwise, that would be a great idea.
I'm sorry. The good idea, take the bubble out. No bubble.
No bubble, okay.
Okay. I have a few. Okay, there's more and more mixed games out there right now. So originally people were doing it by the time, just by the rounds, 20-minute rounds, play one game of each, which I think really doesn't work for mixed games. Then we went to a timed level, which we use now at all my tournaments, with time level and a number of hands, where the dealer might move a chip over every time. We've took that one step further with the Commerce, and we've numbered the chips.
That's brilliant. That's great.
Which Linda loves, and
as a player, I love
but which really helps because the chips are now numbered, so we know
Out of rack. They're where everybody can see them.
where everybody can see them. So the hands are now numbered. So we have that in addition to the time.
Did everybody understand what he's talking about? Okay. They have 8 numbered buttons, 1 through 8. So if the 2 buttons there, then you know that you're on hand 2, and then you know the 3 buttons going to go next. So you can't forget. I mean, you know where you're at.
Among the whole table, somebody's going to notice if the dealer forgets to move the button over. Whereas when they're in the rack, it's very easy to forget.
So I got another one yesterday about the same thing, and it came to me that they said that why have the dealer do that? Because there is a lot of mistakes that get done by this, and you see that people forget, the dealer forgets to move the button or that. So why not use a button for all the games in horse? So at the start of the tournament, you draw a seat card. That's where the button will start every round. So if you're playing, no matter what game you're playing, that button moves every hand. So when it gets back to that same seat, you change the game. So the question comes up, what if you have a player short? Well, you just play one less hand of that game, that level. It's going to be a random occurrence. If you're playing, the limit games, you're not going to have to go through the blinds twice ever. And it makes it real simple because there's never really a mistake where the button just moves all the way around the table at all the time.
The problem also with this is that dealers are used to dealing to the button. I realize you can make the button green or do whatever you want with it, but now with another button on the table, it does make it confusing. I'm just being devil's advocate because I like this idea in theory, but I see a lot of dealing errors because of it.
You just make the button something non-standard button. It's not a standard dealer button.
You put a little gnome on the table.
Right, but see, that's just another hand. Once it's another hand, it goes to the next seat. The next hand, it goes to the next seat. Doesn't matter if it's a dead blind, it doesn't matter about any of that. It just goes to the next seat.
Yes,
I think we might try it.
So you're okay with if a table gets 3 players short or 2 players short, that then just because it's arbitrary, you play 2 hands less of that.
You should never be 3 short, but 2 short.
But if you're 3 short and you haven't gotten moved a player yet, you're going to deal the handoff depending on where the blind is. Maybe.
No.
Maybe. It happens.
Let me just say that as a player, I love this rule, and I happened to be in a situation in a horse tournament recently where we were 7-handed all the time, and I always had to take a double blind, where others only had to take 1 blind that round, and it stayed 7-handed for a couple of hours. So as a player, I love this. What it would do is it would mean that everybody takes the same amount of blinds, and nobody takes 2 in that round. Game.
To play.
Sandy, do you have a question? No. Sorry.
No, because it always stops in the 8 seat or whatever the seat is. Regardless, it's random theory.
Yeah.
No.
How?
No, you can't take the blind twice.
Never going to pass. It's going
to play devil's advocate.
You're going to start in the blind. You're going to start in the small blind. You're going to start on the button. It's still going to be one round regardless of the number of players.
What if you lose the 8 seat player? They would stop at 7.
Then you have 1 less hand in that round.
They would stop at 7.
Yeah.
It would change on the 7.
Yeah. The concept is you never take the blind twice. One person or 2 people never have to take an extra blind at the other tables. Because when you do lose a player, let's say you start out 8-handed and now you go to 7, then or you start out 9-handed and you go to 8. Now that somebody's penalized by having to take a double blind.
And then you're going to need to create a rule for if the button, say, starts in the 8 seat and the 8 seat is empty, does it end the seat earlier or the seat later? Same thing if it's seat 5 and 5 is empty, does it advance to 6 and then it changes, or does it at 4 does it change? We'll have to fine tune it. I understand, but if there's nobody in seat 5, Does it end then when the button gets to 6? Does the game change? Well, that's what I'm saying. We're going to have to get some parameters for this, but in theory, it can be a very good idea.
One starts at 8. 1 and 2 are the small one, big one. Now, when one's the big blind, or the button, they bust out. It comes around back to seat 7. Now, 8 and 2 should be the big blind, but 2's already paid the big blind. So it doesn't change that you can be the big blind twice in the same round.
It's arbitrary. It's going back to 8. It's going to be arbitrary. In the greater scheme of things, it's going to all be the same.
There's another difficulty that presents itself. You said you might have a non-standard button that you move. Well, you're going to be moving a dealer button in the flop rounds, and then you're going to use a non-standard button in the stud rounds. You're going to switch the button. I mean, when you keep the same button, it's still going to. Now you've got a non-standard button. You're still used to dealing with the button on the flop rounds, and then you're not going to be dealing with the button on the stud rounds. I think that also presents a bit of a difficulty. I mean, if you say non-standard button, well, the dealers are going to use a non-standard button for the flop round, so it's going to be the same thing. You can change the card to green or rainbow or whatever, but on the flop rounds, you're going to be dealing with it, and then on the stud rounds, you're not going to be dealing with it, so they're going to be used to it. So there's really no point in making a non-standard button because you still have to use one, or you have to either switch to a different one on the stud rounds. Okay, we're something to think about. And but there was a note to that if you got four-handed, you'd go around twice, three-handed, twice, and then heads up, you play 4 hands of each game. So that was a suggestion.
Brilliant. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to point out that a lot of times when you start a new game, sometimes you don't have a full table. So if you're starting a new table or you're starting the tournament and there's not a player in that seat, can we make it a standard where you move the button back? Because there's nothing, you guys don't say anything about whether the button should move forward or back if there's no one at that seat.
You mean on the initial draw for
right, in the initial
tournament
draw.
when the 8 seat draws the button?
Right, and there's nobody there, or the 10 seat. Some casinos hold the 10 seat. Sometimes there's no one at a seat and they got the button. So now where do you move it? Do you want to put it back or forward?
If the 10 seat draws the button and there's nobody in, we're talking for just a hold'em. We're not talking about this last horse situation. If the 10 seat draws the button and there's nobody there, whether you move it back to 9 or not, it's effectively the same place because 1 and 2 are going to be the blinds.
Right, but it should be specific because there's confusion with the players sometimes. Like, it should go
tell
forward.
the players to get a life.
Well, because then but see, if the button goes on 10, right, and there's nobody at 10, then seat 1 wants the button, so they'll be the button, and so they won't have to take the blind. You see what I mean? If I'm a player, it's like there's nobody there, they're used to the button moving forward in live games, so they want the button to go.
But that's live games. This is tournament. They, button's
right,
not going to move
but that's
forward.
what I'm saying. We should say it specifically in tournaments. The button goes back. It doesn't go
for the
forward.
sake of argument, because we don't use a forward-moving button, and in effect it is a dead button, then move it back if that makes your players sleep at night.
Right. And then the other thing, something that we do at the bike, if we guarantee an event, and let's say it's 100,000, if we just barely make the guarantee, we don't take the 3% off. I think that should be standard. If a casino guarantees a certain amount, like if it's 100,000, they should pay 100,000. They shouldn't take 3% or 5% or whatever it is that the house takes. They should pay out whatever they say they're guaranteeing. Because a lot of places they do that. They'll guarantee 100,000, they just barely make it, and then they'll take the 3%.
Fees out of that.
Yes, they shouldn't be allowed to take any fees.
That's probably going to be a house rule.
Yeah. Well, but you're representing the house, right? You're guaranteeing that you're going to pay out 100,000. So why are you taking money out?
No, you're guaranteeing that the prize pool is going to be 100,000, and if you take 3% out of your prize pool as your standard policy, I don't see why you wouldn't take 3% out. What am I not getting?
What I'm saying.
You're guaranteeing the 100,000 in the prize pool.
Right.
But if normally there's 100,000 in the prize pool and you would take 3% out of it because that's what your procedure is, then why wouldn't you now take 3% out?
No, I said they shouldn't. The players should have some players. You'll be surprised how many players don't realize that a percentage is taken out of the prize pool. So a lot of them do become upset when you guarantee 100,000 and then they add up the numbers and they say, wait a minute, 3% is missing. Why? You guarantee that you were going to pay us 100%. 100,000 and you're not. You're only paying 97,000 or 95%.
The house isn't going to go for it, and probably what the card room needs to do is have better verbiage on it that that the prize pool less fees will be this or something like that. I mean, I know that if it's $1 million guarantee, but the house policy has always been minus 6% or whatever, with 3% going here, 3% going there, whatever, that they're not going to do $1 million plus 6%. Especially if it's not an overlay. I mean, especially if they're adding money, they're not going to add even more money. I think they just.
I can talk to you about overlays. So.
But I don't even think that they should. I mean, if there's normally 100,000, no matter where it comes from, if they take 3,000 out, I don't see why they should ask the house to put up 103 so that there's 100. When normally, if there was 100, there'd only be 97 in there. I don't. The house isn't going to go for it. I don't. Right. That's what. They're guaranteeing the prize pool, so. Right.
And the
prize pool.
normal
100,000 prize pool, if they take 3%, then why wouldn't they take 3%?
I think usually it says it's a $100,000 guarantee. It doesn't say $100,000 guarantee prize pool. I think it says $100,000 guarantee. Well, but they're not paying $100,000. It's a $100,000 guarantee, and then in small letters with an asterisk across the round it says less fees. Right, but that's educating your players, I think. Yeah.
No matter who puts the money up, that's going to happen.
I mean, if Ed McMahon comes to your door with the big check from Clearinghouse that says $800 billion, there's going to be some fees taken.
How'd you do our $1 million guarantee last week, Sam?
We just paid. We just made the prize pool look like $1 million. House lost. We had to pay up $361,000 into the prize pool on top of all the seats we added up. We probably lost about $420,000, but we made the prize pool look like $1 million.
We didn't add any extra days, and we didn't add any extra heats, and we didn't do any of those things, right?
We did not.
I don't think you can make a rule. Right. But I don't even think.
Last week, you guys should have been there.
The casinos that make it that full amount, good for them. Good for them, and that might be a selling point for the casinos that bring that number up, is that they can advertise, when we say $1 million guarantee, we mean it. That's what we pay to our customers. That can be a really good selling point for them.
Okay, who else does something really, some of you I know have things that you do that are brilliant. Would you like to share anything? Yes, Amanda. Bringing back ladies tournaments. That's brilliant.
Somebody told me yesterday there's a new Nevada law where men cannot play.
Yes, I have it. I have a copy of it.
So they're using that tomorrow.
Did I email that to you? It's a new bill that was just passed June 1st, signed by the Senate and the governor. Basically, you can discriminate against a gender, anything. You can actually price point it differently too. And so you can charge $350 for the women and $3,500 for the men, or you can exclude men. That's Nevada only, but that passed June 1st this year. Went in effect June 1st.
They're not going to be using that for the ladies tournament here tomorrow, but they are looking into it for the future and doing it as a prize point. And let me just segue here really quickly just to remind you guys again, write this down, but please, if you took photos, not really crappy ones, but if you took good photos of anything that went on, or if we want to do a group photo at the end, please send it to us so that we can have stuff for our website. None of us took photos, and we'd really like to have some of those. Thank you.
Sorry, Matt, me. It's not, I just wanted to plug my ladies tournaments. If you guys in Nevada, I've got one. But anyways, how I fixed it was I'm also doing an open event at the same exact time for the same price. And that's how then I don't have men that want to play my ladies tournaments.
That's the M, right?
That's at the M. Thursday nights, $55. If you guys have ladies that play in your card room, $1,000 guarantee. And I do guarantee $1,000 regard and food and a free gift at the M. Thank you, guys.
Okay. All right. Who else does something that might not be that's out of the ordinary, that really
Cutting edge. Give it to
cutting
us.
edge. We want somebody.
Give it to
We
us.
got to nominate somebody for the Brilliance Award this time. Leon.
I bet you don't want.
Hold on.
I'm using the time pop button in the Ivy Room. I learned 15 years ago on the Card Player Cruises. Nobody had heard about it in the Ivy Room. And it's brilliant, by the way. I learned it from you guys. The time pop button.
Brilliant. We are brilliant.
We are
okay.
brilliant.
Okay. Anybody else have anything?
Anybody know what a time pop button is? A time pop button. You know, those black players that they don't want to pay the time? You push the pot with the time pop button in it, and that's who pays the time? I learned from them anyway. Sorry.
I promised Kessler that I'd bring these up, so he gave me a list, but
Matt, I got one more thing.
they're quick. They're quick. He says that
This is from Kessler?
yeah, the dealer
Keep
should
cutting
never
you off,
have a
Ben.
working chip stack, constantly covering up chips during a level. You think that dealers should be able to have chips in their tray and color chips throughout pots?
No.
No.
Not throughout the
A
tournament,
working
but
chip
at
stack.
strategic times when it expedites the game.
Anyway, do it. Take my advice and do as you please. Don't do it. Anyway. Mistakes happen. All right. He also says that a player shouldn't be moved to from a seat to a new seat where there's still a hand in progress at the time. You should wait until that hand's complete before moving a player. And that's just a standard procedure. I think we do it, but I think some places are actually moving players from short tables or from full tables to short tables while the hand's still going on.
And then they might lose a player.
And then they might lose a player. So. Mm-hmm. While the hand's still going on? If the rest of them are all 9. Okay.
You still have a chance of losing two players.
You do.
But I think
That's a fair procedure. I mean, I didn't take real issue with that.
that's how it's supposed to already be being done. I mean,
This is one's going to be a sore subject with some people in the group, but he did put this on the list, and I also agree that fees and withholdings should be disclosed up front. If it says $540, don't ask for an additional $10 that is not disclosed up front. If it's advertised as a certain amount, it should be that amount.
bonus buys usually are bonus buys should be on your information sheet. Well, the places who don't probably should. I just know that it's one way of getting the dealers paid. And a lot of times if the house takes it, it doesn't get to the dealers if it gets lost in that fee. Or players see that it's now, the event is now $550 instead of $540. They think that's too much juice. They don't play. $540 plus 10 seems less bad to them.
Let them know in advance before they show up.
Yeah, if you put it on your structure sheet, is that what he's talking about?
I suppose.
Put it on your sheet, then you're good.
There's something that we do on the cruises that I'll throw out there. I think if you run really huge tournaments, maybe it's not going to work. But what we do, a lot of times when you get to the final table and people start suggesting deals and maybe, somebody doesn't want to make the deal, but they don't want to speak up and have everybody, what we will do, depending on who's at the final table, somebody proposes a deal. We give each player a card, a black face card, like a club or spade, or a heart and a diamond. We give them to them face down, and we say, if you want this deal, throw in the red card face down. Okay. If you don't want the deal, throw in the black card face down. And that way, and then,
The dealer scrambles them and turns them up.
Turns them
and
up.
If there's one odd colored card in there, there's no deal.
But that way the player doesn't have to be the one to say, I don't want the deal. And it works really well in small tournaments that we run. So it's because once somebody says, I don't want the deal, everybody starts picking on them. And your job as tournament directors, by the way, is to make sure that does not happen. You should protect it, whoever it is. But we protect them by not identifying who it is. And there's another thing that I really dislike as a tournament player. I dislike it when the tournament director will pay the bubble $100. You know, I was in a tournament at the Commerce the other day. This is at the Commerce, not at the bike, at the Commerce. And there were 17 players left, and they were paying 16. And one of the players said, you know, I suggest that we pay the bubble, you know, whatever last place was. And I was most likely to be the bubble because I was the shortest stack. And I couldn't, and people had tons of chips. And I know that they didn't all want to say yes. But because the tournament director brought it up, they did say yes. I mean, they said, does anybody have an objection? Well, people did have objections, but they didn't. I don't even think it should have been brought to a vote. I really don't. Even though I benefited from it, I just don't think that's right. Yes, the player brought it up. There's 17 players left.
If a player brings it up, it's the tournament director's responsibility. If a player brings it up, it's the tournament director's responsibility to propose it. The tournament director can't bring it up, but if a player does, you're providing good service to make that offer.
You're kind of obligated to bring it up.
You're obligated. Otherwise, it's collusion.
It's a time saver, too.
I would say use the black card, red card, because you know all 17 people don't want it, and you're putting, you know, there's pressure from the others for them to do it.
If you have one dissenter, do you discourage the rest of the deal from being made? If there's one dissenter for paying the bubble?
As soon as there's one dissenter, you deal on. That's the end of it. There's no more discussion.
Okay, and that's normally what I try to do, but what happens when the players they start collecting the money anyway? I mean...
But the cards are already in the air, and if the conversation continues, then you start warnings or penalties.
Okay, great.
But when somebody says no, there's no more discussion.
In that case, it's like if there's 3 tables, if somebody says they don't want it, or they just even give me the signal that they don't want it, I'll go say there's a couple people that don't want it. They'll say who, and you just say doesn't matter.
Yeah,
there's more than one person, and then just move on and just go on from there.
And sometimes you'll have a tournament where a player will come up to you as it gets close, and they'll say to you, just so you know, I don't make deals. Well, now when somebody proposes a deal, the tournament director can say, I've been approached by a player or players who do not make deals, so...
Which is a total lie.
And that should be confidential, 100%. I believe, you know. Of course,
every player will make a deal
that's
if
not
it's the
true.
right deal.
Daniel doesn't make deals.
Yes, he does. If it's the right deal, he'll make a deal.
Well, in the bubble position, they don't obviously... I mean, I've had players come up and say, we're not paying the bubble. I don't want to pay the bubble. And once it gets brought up, we just say, there's already been an objection. It's already been addressed. We're playing hand for hand at this particular point. But we at the Commerce, you know, if a player does address a deal proposal, I'm not a person that's going to advocate and start going to every table. You know, they as players need to start talking about it at that point. And you know, like Matt says, if we see some person that's already given us the stinky eye, it's like, no, there's no deal, and we'll just move on, and we will make the dealer's deal at that particular point. The players say, no, we haven't asked anybody. It's like, there's already been an objection. We will protect the player once we know, or they've given us the visual indication that they don't want to make or pay the bubble.
Along those same lines, I did put a question on the forum. Should tournament directors ever get involved in deal making? And it was strongly no. And, you know, my point was, should you protect a player that doesn't know what he's doing? Should you protect somebody at any point? They all felt, or the majority felt, no, you should never protect a player from making a bad deal. You know, we've had situations where players have asked for more than first place money, and does anybody here feel like you should protect the player in that spot?
In a small tournament like I work in, I get this so often where I have older players, they really don't know, and I do get younger players that come in and try to take advantage of them, and I do feel it is my responsibility if I see something that's just totally ridiculous, and I do see it, I will intervene and say, do you understand what you're agreeing to? And if I'm wrong to do that, but I just think it is kind of my responsibility, especially in the type of room that I work in, where I have a lot of older players. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I know it's slippery, so that's what I thought. I thought maybe, deals that we've had recently are people say, I'll take first, you guys split second and third.
That happens all the time.
Right, and that type of thing. And are you supposed to protect the players? So,
Matt, let me ask you right here one question. First of all, on the last summit, you guys came with the idea of the red cards and black cards, and it worked great for us in Brazil. All tournaments are doing that right now there. But one question that we'd like to ask, if you guys think, is there a limit on how many tables you would stop the tournament with to propose a deal? Because sometimes we have tournaments that are running 8 or 9 tables to in the money, and there are 2 or 3 tables asking for a deal, but it would take forever to run those cards on all the tables, and people are discussing what the deal should be, how much money would the bubble get, and do you think we should get a rule or maybe a procedure encouragement that says with 4 more tables you shouldn't stop the tournament for a deal?
I've always been of the opinion that it's the players' money and they can do what they want with it. But again, if there's any dissenters, then we don't allow it. But we try and accommodate them if it's all agreed upon by everybody as much as possible. So I don't know. But
specifically to the red card, black card, it's very logistically difficult to do anything more than 2 tables. But before that, you kind of get that poll anyway. One player, you'll get a sense that, yeah, our table's agreed. Would you check with the other tables for us? And we'll go over and we'll commonly find out that no, there is a dissension on table 2. We'll entertain it at another point.
What there probably needs to be is a limit as to how many times deals can be proposed, and whether or not that needs to be a rule of procedure or your own card room thing. Obviously, every hand you can't be talking about a deal. Every limit change you can't. Every time somebody gets eliminated, you can't. There has to be some sort of a precedent set, and I don't know what the answer is, but that's probably something that needs to be addressed for your own size tournament, because it's going to be different for different tournaments.
We usually allow for 3 attempts of a deal on satellites and on tournament bubbles, because more than that, you're just stalling the game too much.
That's a good point. I've seen a situation in a card room where their rule was once somebody says no to a deal, he or she is the only one who can now bring it up. Nobody else can bring it up again, and I kind of like that. So I'm sorry? Until that person's out, or until that person says, okay, I've changed my mind, I'm ready to talk now. So that way you're not constantly putting pressure on that person.
Right. The rule that I've used is that once the deal is shot down, I've said you can't discuss it again until you've lost a player, until the button goes around once, or until the level increases. And I tell them that if they discuss it at all before any of those 3 situations were met, I'm going to give them at least a 1-hand penalty minimum, so that there's no harassment of players. We don't use the chop and no chop cards right now, but I would like to implement that. And also going back to talking about should you protect a player. Well, in the last 2 months, this has happened twice where players were heads up. One of them asked the other player, do you want to chop? I'll take first and you take second, and the other player agreed. 2 times in the last 2 months. And I said, okay, it's a chop, once they both agreed, even though essentially the gentleman was just surrendering in second place. He just took second place money outright.
Yeah, I've even seen first place offer second less than second place.
Right. I also had another one, and this one I did get involved with. Players, they were 4-handed. One of the guys had a very big chip lead. The other 3 were talking about chopping up second, third, and fourth equally and giving the other guy first place money. And the guy said, I'll do it if you all throw in $5 extra apiece. And I said, no, if those 3 want to chop, you win. He said, no, he goes, nope, play it out. And I said, nope, you win. Wow. They surrender, you win, it's a chop.
Okay. Somebody wanted to discuss, we had somebody asked us to discuss entry fees and service charges. Not exactly sure what concept you want to discuss it in. Is that person here? I'm looking to see. No, I think they wanted just some guidelines or, no, I don't see them. Okay. So I'm not sure what he wanted to discuss. Okay. So I want to bring up one thing that's in your bags yesterday. We put a flyer in for Poker Gives, and I just want to say in the month of September, we're asking card rooms if they would hold a charity event for Poker Gives. It's a nonprofit organization that Jan and Mike Sexton, Lisa Tenner, and I founded. So, and what we ask you to do is pick one day during the month, and hold a charity event with half of the proceeds going to Poker Gives. Or one of the card rooms in here has generously said instead of doing that, we will give Poker Gives X $1 or $5 from every $5, yeah, B for the month. Yeah, for the month, so yeah. Okay, players can make an add-on for Poker Gives. Okay, but if you can do something like that, we would appreciate it because it's great charity. And I hope some of you are doing other charity stuff. As long as you're doing something, I think it's really good for our community when we make donations to charity. So, anybody else have anything we want to say? Okay. Oh, good. We're going to hear something brilliant.
You're asking just about two things different things that we do. The one thing is we do, and Orleans does something similar, is we keep 0.5% out of the prize pool for each of our series, and we have an overall points winner. And that's something that, like at the end now, when the players are playing and making a decision on where they're going to play, people have had a few cashes. I'm getting more players playing in my event because instead of over here, they're like, oh, I'm in second place, and this is going to be worth like 10, 12 grand to me. I need to get one more cash or move up one more spot. Another thing regarding deals is we pay out the deal. If you guys do a deal, we have a separate form you sign. You tell me what it is out. The tax forms go according to that deal. So if first place was 100,000 and now you're only getting 90, you're not signing for the 100 and have to be responsible for that extra 10,000. We have a form you sign when the deal is agreed, and that way nobody can go back and say, hey, I didn't agree to this, and we're doing the tax forms according to the deal now.
So you make them sign something saying they're agreeing to the deal?
Yeah, once they make the deal, we pause it. This is one time I do pause the clock. I pause the clock. I have everybody sign this separate form saying, okay, this is what we dealt. This is what we agreed on. Say we're saving 10,000 for a holdout. Everybody's taking 50,000. We're going to play for another 10,000. So, and the tax forms are going to get allocated that way.
You do that to protect yourself in case
ourselves and the players does too, because it could be like a thing. Well, if I take first place, well, no, I'm not going to give you the 10 grand. Don't bother me. Okay. And I've seen that happen at a few other places, so that's why we went to that.
Presumably, that's a one-time deal. In other words, are you going to now change it after that, after you've got the signature?
After the signatures, we have had it happen where 4 players are playing, and now the 3 players say, you know what, we all agreed on 50,000. Let's just chop up the 10,000. Chip leader gets the trophy, and we're done. And it has happened where I've had a deal, then another deal happens.
Do you ever limit the number of deals? Right. But you don't have a problem with the constant redoing the deal, redo the deal? Yeah, because we have deference to that only in the sense that we don't want, once I assign the tournament director envelopes that have already been counted and verified, we really don't want you to be responsible for making sure that each and every envelope paid out from there on has the correct amount in it. So very commonly, there is a point that we say, now that the deal's made, we will pay according to what you've done to this point on. Anything else you want to do is your responsibility, basically as a protection item for the floor staff and the tournament directors. Okay.
I was lucky enough to open a new room in California back in February. But before that, we had some decisions to make. And opening with a clean slate, one of the big decisions we looked at was what chip colors do we want to use? Is there any kind of a chip color standard that would apply? And being in California where a $5 chip is typically yellow, $25 chips are purple, my team sat down and we discussed this at length. And what we decided, especially for our tournament set, that the international standard now, the one standard that everybody knows as far as chip colors go, is the way they're used on the internet. And so rather than go with a California standard or create something of our own, we followed internet chip colors, and we built our whole live tournament set based on that standard. And it's just something I want you guys to consider when redoing your chip sets, when it's time to order new chips or doing a one-off tournament, that players know. They come into our room, they know a red chip's 5, they know a green chip's 25. Black chip is 100. And it's something that, the TDA doesn't need to set a standard for, but if we standardized it, it'd be great for players, especially at international events.
That might be unworkable because people don't redo their chips that often and they have house colors or whatever, but what might be good would be to get the denomination on the chips. Then the color matters less. And I know that places interchange their chips, like one day a chip is this amount and another day it's that amount, but if you don't run so many different events where you have to change amounts, just imprinting the amount on the chip, then the color really doesn't matter. It's more clear for the players. So that might be kind of an intermediary solution to the problem.
I have a big issue that hasn't been discussed yet about the oversized chip rule. It's something that keeps coming up. It's come up a bunch this series, is whether pulling chips out of the pot changes the oversized chip rule. And I'll give you an example. Person bets 1,200, guy raises to 2,600. It's back on the guy with 1,200 in the pot. He has a 1K and two 100 chips. He pulls 100 chip out of the pot and puts in a 5K. He's trying to raise to 6,100. That's almost clear. But he's only put one oversized chip in the pot. Does pulling the chip out of the pot change the oversized chip rule? It's not defined in the rule, and I feel like it needs to be defined one way or the other because it's causing a lot of confusion.
I would say that he hasn't raised unless he said raise, because it.
I'm sorry, he has or he has not raised?
Has not. Still oversized.
You're getting 50% of the floors in World Series and the Venetian of both have a lot of confusion. Same thing with, what was your example? 25-50?
My example? 25-50 blinds, it's called to the small blind. It could be just folded to the small blind. It doesn't matter. Small blind pulls out his quarter, and he just throws in a single $100 chip.
Could be asking for change.
Could be asking for change, absolutely.
He has to say raise. It's unclear.
He has to say raise.
The other example is 50-100. It calls to him. He's in the big blind. He pulls out his 100 and puts in a 500. A lot of people are going to rule that a raise to 500. It's a single oversized chip. Is it a call or is it a raise? There's a lot of ambiguity with the oversized chip depending on what you do with the chips that are already in the pot, and I feel it needs to be spelled out.
It goes right back to the original unclear bet. If you don't tell us what that's supposed to mean, it means call.
I think it needs to be spelled in the bet that no matter what you do with the chips that are already in the pot, whatever the new chip that's coming into the pot is what's going to come into play.
We do know that if that it's becoming a very accepted practice that if you pull out all of the chips in the small blind and now put out multiple bigger than the amount, multiple chips, that's clearly a raise. There can be no other intent implied here. So we will accept that as a raise.
Well, I know I've talked to Matt a little bit regarding the third example regarding the big blind, 5,100 on the blind, and let's go 200 on the blind, 100, 200 on the blind, and it's called to the big blind, and the big blind pulls out one of the $100 chips and throws in the $500 chip. And after discussing with Matt, we agreed that it's going to be a raise because it's already implied that he has the 200 in the pot.
Absolutely agreeable.
Tell Tim that.
Anybody doubt that? The big blind, if he throws any more chips in, he has to be a raise. The question is how much. So if you're obviously you have to make the decision, does that oversized chip rule still apply?
Does the oversized chip rule still apply? And it doesn't specify in Rule 32 right now.
Well, what's your ruling if the player does exactly that?
Our ruling of Congress, it's going to be a raise.
So is it a raise to the maximum, to the 600?
It's a raise to whatever that chip allows.
I think you said a 1 and a 5, isn't that it?
Yeah, changing from a 1 and a 1, pulling the 1 and putting a 5 out there.
Without any other declaration, that would be a 600 bet.
Yes.
Anybody have a problem with that? I mean, obviously, if you move any chips into the pot from the big blind position, you must raise it. The question then is just simply how much, because you're already in. So.
Please settle a marital dispute. This is what happened. Leon raised. It went back around. They went back around to the blind. The blind took one of their chips out and threw a $5,000 chip in. I believe Leon's raise was $2,000. So now that's what happened.
Let's settle it after the
I made it $1,200 with a $1,000 chip and a $200 chip. Come around to the small blind, which was $300. He takes one of the $100 chips out and puts a $5,000 chip in. It's a $5,200 bet.
No, we're going to call that a call.
It was ruled to raise. I'm 50-50 on if I agree with it or not, because it appears that he's trying to just make it easy for change.
Understand the difference. If he picks up both chips, puts two chips back, multiple chips, it's a raise. But if you only take one chip out and simply add to that, we don't know what you're doing necessarily. So that's the unclear portion of the thing. No, the big blind is a totally different circumstance. Anything added here, we know that there's a raise. In the small blind, that's another problem because there are multiple actions available to you based on what's happening. And quite clearly, if you don't state what that action needs to be, like a raise, then it's a call.
The marrow of dispute will continue, but we're going to end.
Oh, good.
Just wanted to remind everyone we'll take a group picture at the end, so don't leave until we get those photos.
All right, let's get everybody up front.
Group photo.
Group photo.
Guys, as everybody's coming up here, we really want to thank you again. Really appreciate all your time and showing up here. We will do another one of these soon at some point. So thank you very much. I think you guys have made some good changes, and we really appreciate it. And thank you very much.
Who's got the camera?
How about one more big round of applause for the entire TDA board? Matt Savage, Linda Johnson, Jan Fisher, Dave Lamb. They've worked tirelessly for years to put this together for us.